بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد النبي الأكرم. أما بعد، معالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي الموقر وزير التجارة والصناعة، أصحاب السمو والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم، نرحب بكم ونحن نفتتح وإياكم أعمال المؤتمر الثالث للبرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، والذي ينظم بالتعاون بين مركز أبحاث الاتصالات والمعلومات بجامعة السلطان قابوس وهيئة تقنية المعلومات. وخير بداية آيات بينات من الذكر الحكيم يتلوها علينا الطالب سعيد أنبو سعيدي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ali bin Masood Al-Sanadi, Minister of Commerce and Industry, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the third Free and Open Source Software Conference, jointly organized by the Communication and Information Research Center at Sultan Qaboos University and the Information Technology Authority in support of the National Initiative on Free and Open Source Software. Our program for today will begin with some verses from the Holy Quran recited by Sa'id Abu Sa'idi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار. ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا. ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار. صدق الله العظيم.
حضورنا الكريم، يأتي تنظيم المؤتمر الثالث للبرمجيات الحرة والمفتوحة المصدر تحت شعار استراتيجيات وممارسات تبني البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، ويهدف إلى تعزيز الوعي بأهمية استخدام وتطوير البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر في الوسط الأكاديمي والتقني العماني، إلى جانب بحث تجارب وعرض خطط تبني هذا النوع من البرمجيات محلياً وعالمياً، ودورها في تطوير قطاع تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات في القطاعين العام والخاص، وأهميتها في تأسيس شركات صغيرة ومتوسطة.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, this year, the third Free and Open Source Software Conference comes under the theme FOSS Deployment Strategies and Practices. And this event aims to further raise awareness among academics, students, staff, and those interested in this field, highlighting the value of free and open source applications, including their importance and use in various public and private domains, and especially for the operating companies and for those interested in providing technical solutions in the areas of ICT.
والآن ندعو صاحبة السمو السيدة الدكتورة منى بنت فهد آل سعيد مساعدة رئيس الجامعة للتعاون الدولي لإلقاء كلمة الجامعة، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Now it gives us pleasure to invite to the stage Her Highness السيدة دكتورة منى بنت فهد آل سعيد, Assistant Vice Chancellor for International Cooperation, to deliver a speech on this occasion.
معالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي وزير التجارة والصناعة راعي هذه المناسبة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تولي جامعة السلطان قابوس أهمية كبيرة للبحث العلمي في مختلف القطاعات الحيوية التي تحظى بأولوية وطنية واستراتيجية، حرصاً منها على أداء رسالتها للنهوض بالمستوى العلمي والثقافي وتلبية احتياجات المجتمع المختلفة. ومن ضمن الأدوار التي تقوم بها الجامعة في هذا المجال الاهتمام بقطاع الاتصالات وتقنيات المعلومات والبرمجيات ذات العلاقة، وإدراجها في الخطط التعليمية والبحثية للجامعة، وتدعمها بتنظيم الفعاليات العلمية والتطبيقية لتعزز واقعها وفعاليتها في خدمة العملية التعليمية والبحثية والتكنولوجية بالسلطنة. وحرصاً من الجامعة على القيام بدورها الريادي في مجال تبني ونشر البرمجيات عموماً، والحرة ومفتوحة المصدر خصوصاً، ودعم الجهود الوطنية في هذا المجال، فقد كانت الجامعة سباقة ورائدة في المساهمة في المبادرة الوطنية لدعم البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر بالشراكة مع هيئة تقنية المعلومات. وعليه تم توقيع اتفاقية تعاون مشتركة بين الجامعة والهيئة، وكذلك تأسيس مختبر للأبحاث وتطوير الأنظمة والأجهزة ذات الطبيعة المفتوحة بدعم من الهيئة. وكان من نتائج هذه الشراكة واستدامتها الاتفاق حول مجالات متعددة للشراكة، منها تنظيم مؤتمر مشترك كل سنتين بالجامعة يجمع المختصين والمهتمين في القطاعات المختلفة بالبرمجيات من داخل وخارج عمان، وتبادل التجارب البحثية والميدانية فيما يتعلق بالبرمجيات الحرة. ويأتي هذا المؤتمر الثالث ضمن السلسلة حسب الخطة المبرمجة بين الشريكين. إعداد خطة استراتيجية خمسية لتطوير واستعمال هذه البرمجيات في مختلف المؤسسات العمومية والخاصة ذات العلاقة لنشر البرمجيات الحرة بالسلطنة كداعم للمبادرة الوطنية للبرمجيات الحرة، وذلك خدمة للتنمية الوطنية على غرار البلدان المتقدمة والنامية. وتهدف الخطة الخمسية إلى تأسيس إطار للدفع بصناعة البرمجيات الحرة وخلق فرص عمل وتطوير مهارات تكنولوجيا الاتصالات والمعلومات محلياً، ودعم مجتمع المعرفة والإسهام في زيادة الملكية الفكرية بالسلطنة. إن الخطة المعدة من قبل الجامعة ممثلة في مركز أبحاث الاتصالات والمعلومات وهيئة تقنية المعلومات أخذت بالاعتبار وضع البرمجيات في مختلف المؤسسات الدولية الرائدة، وكذلك بعد دراسة ميدانية للوضع المحلي للقطاعين العام والخاص بالسلطنة، بالإضافة إلى تبادل الدراسات ووجهات النظر مع عدد من الخبراء الدوليين المتميزين. ومن الأهداف الرئيسية التي حددتها خارطة طريق الدراسة المساهمة في خلق فرص عمل في القطاعات التكنولوجيا الاتصالات والمعلومات، المساهمة في إنشاء المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة في القطاع، تطوير المهارات وتعزيزها في قطاعات الاتصالات والمعلومات، إنشاء مجتمعات للبرمجيات الحرة مستدامة، الاعتماد على الكوادر المحلية والاستقلال التدريجي عن بعض البرمجيات والأنظمة الاحتكارية. وبناء على هذه الأهداف تم تحديد مجالات أساسية للوصول إلى هذه الأهداف، مبنية أساساً على تدعيم الوعي في المؤسسات العمومية والتعليمية والاستفادة من الموارد البشرية المتواجدة بها في مجال التقنية، اعتماد البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر في القطاعين العام والخاص، تطوير صناعة البرمجيات في قطاع الأعمال من خلال ريادة الأعمال والابتكار، المساهمة في صياغة السياسات واللوائح المشجعة لصناعة البرمجيات. وتنفيذاً لتوصيات هذه الدراسة وبالاتفاق مع الشركاء في الهيئة والقطاعات الأخرى ذات العلاقة، فقد بدأت الجامعة في تأسيس فرق أكاديمية وبحثية بالجامعة لتوسيع استعمال هذه البرمجيات وتضمينها في البرامج التعليمية والخطط البحثية لمختلف الكليات والمراكز. وإنه لمن الضروري الإشارة إلى أن عملية تبني واستعمال البرمجيات الحرة شاملة وتحتاج إلى تنسيق جيد وتسيير متميز وتطبيق عقلاني ومرحلي حتى تضمن النتائج وتتحقق الأهداف على الوجه الصحيح والمستدام. ولا يسعني في الختام إلا أن نعبر عن شكرنا وتقديرنا لمعالي الدكتور راعي الحفل على تشريفه لنا في هذه المناسبة، ولهيئة تقنية المعلومات على الشراكة الفعالة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، ولضيوفنا الكرام على المشاركة في إنجاح هذا المنتدى. كما أشكر اللجنة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر وكل الفئات المساهمة في فعاليته من داخل السلطنة وخارجها، متمنية أن تكلل أعماله وفعاليته بالتوفيق والنجاح. وفقكم الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أما الآن نستمع إلى كلمة هيئة تقنية المعلومات يلقيها الدكتور سالم بن سلطان الرزيقي، الرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة تقنية المعلومات، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the stage Dr. Salim bin Sultan al-Raziqi, the CEO of Information Technology Authority, to deliver his speech on this occasion.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد الصادق الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي وزير التجارة والصناعة راعي هذه المناسبة، سعادة الدكتور علي بن سعود البيماني رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس صاحب السمو، ضيوفنا الكرام، أيها الأخوة والأخوات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. يسرنا أن نلتقي بكم في افتتاح المؤتمر الثالث للبرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، النسخة الثالثة، والذي تأمل الهيئة، هيئة تقنية المعلومات وجامعة السلطان قابوس، أن تؤسس لمرحلة جديدة لتبني البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر محليا في مختلف القطاعات، حيث تعتبر البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر هي الخيار الاستراتيجي الأمثل لتوطين التقنية وضمان نقل المعرفة للكوادر المحلية والدفع بقطاع تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات المحلي للمساهمة الفاعلة مع الشركاء من خارج السلطنة للوصول إلى اقتصاد مبني على المعرفة المفتوحة. كذلك أصبحت البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر إحدى الركائز المهمة للأمن السيبراني في الدول وضمان سلامة قطاعات البنى الأساسية. ولذلك كان أحد أهم أهداف المبادرة الوطنية لدعم البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر عند انطلاقها في عام 2010 من قبل هيئة تقنية المعلومات هو العمل على وضع حجر الأساس لعملية الإبداع والابتكار في المجال التقني وتوطين الخبرات العالمية في المجتمع المحلي، وإنشاء مجال متجدد لقطاع الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة لدخول قطاع تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات. ولأن قطاع التعليم هو من القطاعات الأساسية المستهدفة، فقد عملت الهيئة خلال السنوات الماضية على بناء شراكات مع العديد من المؤسسات التعليمية بلغت 17 مؤسسة، وقد عملت بالشراكة مع وزارة التربية والتعليم على تضمين العديد من البرمجيات مفتوحة المصدر في المناهج الدراسية. ولقد ساهمت الحلقات التعريفية في البرمجيات الحرة والتي بلغ عددها أكثر من 100 حلقة في مختلف مناطق السلطنة في نشر ثقافة البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر والحث على استخدامها. كما قامت الهيئة بتأسيس 5 مختبرات في الجامعات، في جامعة السلطان قابوس وجامعة نزوة، كلية الشرق الأوسط، وكلية التطبيقية بصحار، والكلية التطبيقية بعبري، لدعم البحث والابتكار في بيئة التعليم باستخدام هذه البرمجيات. وساهمت برامج التدريب التي مولتها الهيئة بتدريب أكثر من 2600 من الكوادر العمانية في مختلف تطبيقات البرمجيات الحرة. كذلك ساهم برنامج صيف البرمجة، صيف عمان للبرمجة، والذي تنظمه هيئة تقنية المعلومات بتأهيل أكثر من 150 مبرمج عماني ومساعدتهم في اكتساب المهارات اللازمة لتطوير هذا النوع من البرمجيات. وخلال عام 2015 أطلقت الهيئة برنامج بيت التكنولوجيا مفتوحة المصدر لدعم اللغة العربية في عدد من البرمجيات الحرة، طبعا لتأهيل الكوادر العمانية طبعا وإصدار الملكيات الفكرية بأسماء مبرمجين ومطورين عمانيين. وهدفها كذلك تطوير قدرات هؤلاء الشباب وربطهم بمبرمجين ومختصين في هذا المجال من خارج السلطنة. أيها الحفل الكريم، إيمانا بأهمية وضع خطة وطنية طبعا أشارت إليها صاحبة السمو، عملت الهيئة مع مركز أبحاث الاتصالات والمعلومات بجامعة السلطان قابوس على دراسة واقع استخدام هذه البرمجيات في القطاع العام والخاص، وبحث تحديات المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، وإصدار التوصيات والمبادرات اللازمة. وكذلك الهدف الأساسي مثل ما أشارت صاحبة السمو كذلك إلى خفض التكلفة في رخص البرمجيات المغلقة، والتي نسعى من خلال العمل في البرامج المفتوحة إلى الاهتمام إلى التقليل من استخدام هذه البرمجيات. ومن أهم التوصيات التي أشارت إليها الدراسة هو إنشاء مركز وطني افتراضي لدعم البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، والذي نحتفل اليوم كذلك يعني بتدشين هذا المركز الافتراضي، وعقدنا أول اجتماع لهذا المركز في الأسبوع الماضي. ويهدف هذا المركز كذلك بمراقبة والإشراف على هذه الخطة الخمسية التي سنتبناها خلال الفترة القادمة إن شاء الله. أيها الحضور الكريم، تهدف هيئة تقنية المعلومات وفي خلال الفترة القادمة إلى العمل مع الجهات المختصة لنشر التطبيقات والحلول المعتمدة على البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر على المستوى الوطني، وإزالة جميع العوائق والأسباب التي تحول دون دعم هذه البرمجيات. وندعو من هذه المنصة جميع المسؤولين والمختصين للمساهمة في ذلك، كل في حدود مسؤوليته. كما نحث طاقات الشباب من مبرمجين وصناع تقنية كذلك إلى العمل والدخول في هذا المجال. وتعمل الهيئة خلال الفترة القادمة كذلك بالشراكة مع الجمعية العمانية لتقنية المعلومات لتبني مبادرات وبرامج مشتركة للتوعية بضرورة تبني البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر في مختلف القطاعات، إيمانا منا بدور مؤسسات المجتمع المدني في قطاع تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات. وفي الختام أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لمعالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي على تفضله بافتتاح هذا المؤتمر، والشكر موصول لكم جميعا على حضوركم هذه المناسبة المعرفية، والشكر لضيوفنا الكرام، ونتمنى لهم إقامة سعيدة في السلطنة خلال هذه اليومين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ونبقى الآن مع كلمة رئيس اللجنة المنظمة لمؤتمر البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر الأستاذ الدكتور حاج بردوسن، فيتفضل مشكورا.
Now we would like to invite to the stage Professor Haj Burdolson, the chairperson of the organizing committee, to deliver a talk on this event.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. معالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي وزير الصناعة التجارة والصناعة الموقر، راعي المؤتمر الثالث للبرمجيات الحرة، سعادة الدكتور، معالي الدكتورة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا أن يتجدد اللقاء بكم من خلال المؤتمر الثالث للبرمجيات الحرة، والتي تتمحور حول استراتيجيات وممارسات تبني البرمجيات الحرة في القطاعين العام والخاص. ويأتي هذا المحور تبعا للمؤتمرين السابقين حول التجارب العالمية للبرمجيات والحلول البرمجية لتنمية المعرفة، وكذلك تماشيا مع خطة الشراكة والتعاون بين جامعة السلطان قابوس وهيئة تقنية المعلومات لتحقيق أهداف المبادرة الوطنية، كل فيما يخصه من مختلف المهام لطبيعة كل مؤسسة، سواء ما تعلق منها بالدراسة والتنظير والتخطيط، أو التنفيذ والمتابعة والتقييم، أو البحث والتطوير، مع مراعاة التحديات والتوجهات المستقبلية. وبناء عليه تم تحديد المحاور لمختلف الجلسات لتلائم هدف المؤتمر، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بمناقشة وعرض تجارب مختارة لنشر وتبني البرمجيات في القطاعات الإدارية والتعليمية والصناعية، وعرض نماذج لخبرات وتجارب عالمية في القطاعين العام والخاص، علاوة على محور يتضمن عرض أوراق وبحوث علمية وميدانية من داخل وخارج السلطنة، إضافة إلى إقامة مجموعة من ورش العمل الموازية للجلسات النقاشية للاستفادة من الحدث. وللعلم فإن كل الأوراق العلمية وورش العمل المقرر التقديم خضعت لتحكيم اللجنة العلمية، حرصا منها على اختيار الأوراق وورش العمل ذات العلاقة بالمحور الأساس للمؤتمر. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن من أهداف تنظيم هذا المؤتمر العلمي والتقني التوعية بضرورة تبني ونشر هذه البرمجيات في مختلف القطاعات، وإطلاع المختصين والأكاديميين والطلبة والمهتمين من مختلف مكونات المجتمع حول قيمة تطبيقات البرامج الحرة وفائدتها وجدوى استخدامها في مختلف القطاعات، سواء الحكومية أو الخاصة، لا سيما الشركات العاملة والمهتمة بتوفير الحلول أو البحث عن حلول في مختلف مجالات تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات. لأنه في ظل احتكار صناعة تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات من طرف شركات عملاقة تحدد قواعد ملكية مغلقة، علاوة على فرض تكلفة عالية لاستعمالها وتجديد ملكيتها، بالإضافة إلى مختلف التحديات الأخرى المصاحبة لهذه التقنية وأثرها على التنمية الوطنية، فإن العمل على إعداد استراتيجية لتبني البرمجيات الحرة بل وعلى إنجاحها يعد استثمارا مضمون الجدوى وتوجها حكيما من مختلف النواحي. ومن هذا المنطلق تم إعداد الخطة الاستراتيجية الوطنية لتبني هذا التوجه، والتي سيتم عرضها خلال فعاليات هذا المؤتمر. وكلنا أمل وثقة في أن تجد الدعم الكافي من قبل المؤسسات ذات العلاقة كالتخطيط والتجارة والصناعة والتعليم وغيرها من المؤسسات المعنية، علاوة طبعا على الجامعة والهيئة، وتأسيس مركز التميز الوطني للبرمجيات الحرة لضمان نجاح الاستراتيجية بمختلف متطلباتها كما جاء في الدراسة. ويسرني بهذه المناسبة أن أعبر عن الشكر الجزيل للإدارتين ولفرق العمل المشتركة لكل من الجامعة والهيئة، وأنوه بالدور المتميز لكل الفرق في التحضير والتنظيم والعرض والإعلام لإنجاح هذا الحدث، كما أنوه بدور الطلبة والطالبات في المساهمة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الذي سيتيح لهم وللمشاركين كسب وتبادل الخبرات الميدانية والتواصل مع الكفايات من داخل السلطنة وخارجها. وأود في الختام أن أعبر عن شكر اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر من كلا المؤسستين الهيئة والجامعة، وتقديرها لمعالي الدكتور راعي الحفل على دعمه لهذه الفعالية ومخرجاتها وتوصياتها، وللضيوف الكرام على مشاركتهم لإنجاح هذا الحدث. كما تود اللجنة المنظمة تقديم الشكر لكل الحاضرين والداعمين لهذا المؤتمر وكل من ساهم في إنجاحه من أي موقع وجد فيه، سواء في الجامعة أو الهيئة من داخل السلطنة أو خارجها، راجيا أن تكلل أعماله وفعاليته بالتوفيق والنجاح. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حضورنا الكريم، يعد مؤتمر البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر فرصة لاكتشاف آفاق جديدة ومناقشة وتبادل الأفكار والخبرات والمعارف في هذا المجال، كما يمكن المشاركين من الالتقاء والتواصل مع شريحة واسعة من مستخدمي ومطوري البرمجيات الحرة ومفتوحة المصدر، إضافة إلى الاستفادة من المحاضرات القيمة ومناقشة فرص إقامة مشاريع مستقبلية مشتركة في هذا المجال.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Free and Open Source Software Conference is a great opportunity to discover and explore new horizons of knowledge and to exchange thoughts and experiences.
والآن ندعو الفاضل الأستاذ الدكتور براين فيتزجيرالد لإلقاء كلمة حول موضوع المؤتمر. للإشارة فإن الأستاذ الدكتور يشغل منصب كبير الباحثين في مركز أبحاث البرمجيات الإيرلندية ورئيس الابتكار في الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في جامعة ليمريك الإيرلندية. عمل في صناعة البرمجيات لنحو 12 عاما، له عدة مؤلفات منها 14 كتابا وأكثر من 150 مقالا في المجالات والمؤتمرات الدولية الرائدة في كل من مجالات نظم المعلومات وهندسة البرمجيات وغيرها. فليتفضل مشكورا.
On this occasion, we would like to invite our guest for today, Professor Brian Fitzgerald. It's worth mentioning that Prof. Brian Fitzgerald is a chief scientist at LERO, the Irish Software Research Center. He also holds an endowed professorship, and his publications include 14 books and over 150 peer-reviewed articles in the leading international journals and conferences in both the information systems and the software engineering fields. And before taking up his academic position, he worked in the software industry for about 12 years. Professor Brian, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to address you at this conference. I think Professor Hodge and his colleagues have organized a really exciting program and wonderful array of visiting speakers. Okay, so I'm betting that not many people in this room have heard of Nupedia. So Nupedia was the first venture by Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger into an online encyclopedia. And obviously in an online encyclopedia, content is really important, and the validity of the content. And the process was a 7-stage process for having content admitted to Nupedia. And the result was, after 3 years, 25 articles. So 25 articles is not an online encyclopedia. But at this stage, they'd heard of WikiWeb, Ward Cunningham's idea of a quick, open process. And the title of my talk is The Power of Open. So I've been involved in open source software for almost 20 years now, since it was coined in 1998. Really exciting to see how disruptive that has been, not just in the software industry, but in society in general. The power of open, how much it's done. So by moving to an open process, it became Wikipedia. And the idea was everyone could contribute, and you can sort out the quality of the content later. But within 1 year, it was 25,000 articles. So clearly the open process worked. And I think Wikipedia now is 41 million pages. I think the 7th most visited website in the world. So it's a huge success story, but it's the power of open that led to that. Without an open process, it wouldn't have happened. When I started off in the software industry back in the 1980s, IBM were the kingpins. So there was a saying in industry, no one ever got fired for buying IBM. So it was a pretty safe bet. IBM were very dominant in the technology marketplace. And then along came a newcomer, Microsoft, and Microsoft understood the importance of software and systems in the desktop, and they really became the dominant player then from the 80s to the 90s. Bill Gates became the richest man in the world, but it was based around the importance of software. And if you were to suggest in the 1990s that the dominance of Microsoft, where would the threat to Microsoft come? You certainly wouldn't have put your bet on a teenager in his bedroom in Finland as being something that would disrupt the marketplace. But this is a young Linus Torvalds. So Linux became a huge disruptor to the marketplace and the dominance of Microsoft. And that wasn't predictable. It was a real surprise. So this is his email. I think this is a really important document in the history of technology, I think. But it's about 68 words, I think. And it could only have happened in the age of the internet, where you could globally post a request and ask for help. So he says in here that this won't be big and professional. He didn't expect Linux, the operating system, to be big and professional. I think he was wrong there. It is the largest collaborative project in the history of mankind. So over 1 million people have contributed within 10 years. So really important, really successful. And I was interested from the outset. I had been in the software industry for about 15 years at this stage, more. And we knew that developing software, when the term software was first used in its current form in the late 1950s, 1958 was the first recorded instance. And then by 1968, people were talking about a software crisis, that it was really difficult to develop good software, high quality software, on time and within budget. So it was known that this was really difficult to do. You could do it, you could pick 2 out of 3. But in software, open source software is promising that you could get high quality software, you could get it quickly, and apparently for free. And free doesn't always mean zero cost, as I'll talk about later. But this was a real paradox. So to me, I was really interested, we've tried for 30 years in research to come up with methods to allow us to develop software at high quality and quickly and as cheaply as possible, and we're not doing very well. Yet this community can do this without any organizing principles that we're aware of. And initially, open source is very much about imitation, I would say. So if you wanted people to move from proprietary software like Microsoft Windows and Microsoft Office, then the products should be as similar as possible to make it as familiar as possible. So there were desktop equivalents and Office equivalents very quickly. But also, innovation started to happen pretty quickly. So in browser terms, the tab browser was something that came from open source software first. So innovation is inevitable when you've got a diverse community who are self-selecting to work on what they're best at. They quickly come up with very clever things. So we move very quickly from imitation to innovation. And this is a term in open source, category killers, which talks about open source software products that are so good there really isn't any need to develop an alternative. This will work fine. It's as good as anything else on the marketplace, or better in most cases. And here are some examples that Android has about 1 billion devices at present. Hadoop, OpenStack, Moodle, the LAMP stack and Jarhead more recently are the tools that run the web. And very interestingly, if you look at this open source technology, it's also in these kinds of areas: mobile, big data, cloud, education, web. Those are really important technology sectors. The technology futurists, you'll hear a lot about this in the next 10 years, I would say. Technology futurists IDC talk about the third platform. So the first platform was mainframe computers like the IBM mainframes in the last 30 or 40 years. Then we moved to client server for about 20 years, where that was the paradigm. You had a client, thin client, and a server did all the processing in the background, and you had a small client on your web device or whatever to access that data. And the third platform is about the convergence of mobile, social media, big data, cloud, and web. And that's really where the technology is going. And the very interesting thing is that open source technology is at the heart of this transformation. We had a project, a new European Union project, a research project in 2004 to look at how we might broaden the use of open source software in European software industry. And this is a presentation from Philips that at the time. So Philips are a major company, about 120,000 employees globally, and they did an analysis of when they should be using open source software. So the bottom left quadrant is where it's a waste to develop software internally, commodity software. So more and more software is in this space now. And if you're using resources to develop this kind of software, it's wasting time. On the other hand, there is this top quadrant, this piece where you've got some really differentiating competitive edge technology, and if you're developing that in an open fashion, you may be losing some intellectual property. But in between, there's a huge area that is growing. It makes more sense to use open source. So this was the model in Philips they'd moved to. We tried at the time, I think, to persuade the German car company, BMW, an automotive company, that they should look at open source software in the stack. And the suggestion at the time was that we should check into a mental hospital, that we were clearly mad to suggest that. Now, I think those companies are all using open source software somewhere in the stack. So just those ideas were too early, I think. But now it's very much part of the proposition for all kinds of reasons. And this was FUD. I'm going to talk about FUD later, fear, uncertainty, doubt. This is one of the original tactics to discourage open source software, discourage people from experimenting. So there's a myth propagated that open source software is just written by amateur hackers. It's given away for free, so there's no business opportunity, no way to make money on it. And it would stifle and kill a local software industry, because software would be developed elsewhere, would be brought in for free, and the local companies would have no chance to make a profit or any business. And that's a myth. So this is FUD, really. The reality is that, so Dirk Riele has done a study of this, of where open source contributions happen around the world, and they happen during working hours, 9 to 5. So that doesn't suggest amateur hackers. The Linux kernel contributions from developers in over 500 companies, so we're really talking about a professional developer base. Given away for free with no business opportunity. Again, Red Hat are one example of a company with $2 billion in revenue per annum, so in open source software. 90% of the Fortune 500 companies are using open source software, so there is clearly a business model around open source. And likewise, the local software industry, you can bootstrap. You don't have to develop all the software yourself. You can bootstrap on the availability of software developed elsewhere and customize it and offer services in the region. And that was one thing in Ireland, where I come from, when various products were produced, the localization to the Irish language would take, no company would ever see that as a valuable or as a worthwhile endeavor. The market was too small. But by being open source, local language speakers could adapt the software to produce a version in the Irish language. And that's the kind of thing that can happen everywhere. I think the local software industry can adapt and can tailor to the particular context. And some of the advantages of open source software, for innovation, a really important prerequisite for innovation is requisite variety, that you've got different mindsets. So you get that automatically in open source communities because people from very different points of view come to look at the software and contribute to it. So it's very wide knowledge across a breadth of areas, and also very deep knowledge. Within those areas, those people are experts. So you do get very high quality, innovative software products through the open source process. As we've seen, I mentioned the ones in the third platform earlier. Also, this is a slight paradox as well. You would expect if the source code is open, well, then it'll be more vulnerable to security threats. And while that might be true, it facilitates solving those security threats. So there are examples of open security vulnerabilities that are discovered in software and open source software. They are discovered quickly. They're probably fixed in Australia, New Zealand, and then by the time people in Europe and the Middle East or people in the US wake up, the problem is solved. So it can be solved very quickly as well. So the transparency also gives you solutions for security. The no vendor lock-in is also, some of the earlier speakers mentioned this as well, that if you have the source code, if it's open data, open standards, then you can easily move to another supplier. And this is the bootstrap opportunity. Local software they don't have to write all the software themselves. They can take the software, customize it, add services for a local industry, which is very viable. And speaking earlier, the minister mentioned open data and open standards. They're the key, really, and they go with open source software, but the real advantage is open data and open standards that you can build on top of that. Once that's in place, everything else falls into place in terms of leveraging this technology. Also, I think it's very important for recruiting. So this is a real challenge for technology companies now. You can't get the best people. Everyone wants the best people. They're hard to get. There's a real shortage of well-qualified people globally. But graduates will expect, they're used to using open source software at university. They will expect that. They will expect that kind of process, that kind of collaborative atmosphere when they get to work. So we find that with some companies we're working with, that they use the open source process. They declare that to be the development process within the organization to make it more attractive to recruit the best quality people. And that's a competitive edge. And the interesting thing, I think, is that I don't mention cost saving as the primary advantage of open source software. Undoubtedly, there are cost savings. The total cost of ownership, I think, is clearly less, but it's not the main issue to me. The other ones are more important, I think, rather than seeing it as this is a low-cost alternative to proprietary software. Of course, you can make savings, but the other advantages are also extremely important in my view. I think also it's important to differentiate between the open source product and the open source process. So a lot of focus early on was on the open source product, the software that was being developed like Linux and Apache, MySQL, Perl, Python, and so on. Whereas the open source process is probably equally important, this open collaborative model that allows us to produce software and produce other things as well so quickly. And the open source process is really important. So I think it inspires, without open source, without a mode of working, well, the web wouldn't work without open source products, I guess. But even the process has been the inspiration for crowdsourcing, for inner source, for open data and standards, for citizen science and social coding. These are really important phenomena. And in all cases, open source was the proof of concept that this could work. People wouldn't have tried crowdsourcing, I think, if open source hadn't happened. There wouldn't have been a belief that you could get the incredible example. Some medical crowdsourcing examples have led to phenomenal discoveries that would never have happened. Some of the intractable problems at NASA have been solved by a crowd, not by the experts in NASA, but by a crowd who look at it in a different way. So we're still haven't fully explored how the power of open will change things. So some takeaways, I'm on the final slide, some takeaways from this. So software is mostly a commodity now, and I think some of the speakers in the next 2 days are going to talk about this. So it's important then that if it's commodity, you shouldn't be wasting resources developing it from scratch. You should be building on the commodity that's there to add value. Open source is still disrupting. So I've been involved in this for almost 20 years, and people didn't expect it to disrupt as much as it did. It disrupted the whole software industry and beyond, and it's still disrupting. We're not sure where open will take us, but we're still on that disruptive journey, and long may it continue. I think this is really important. Do not underestimate FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt, and the need for an open source lobby. So in Ireland, we did a lot of work about 15 years ago. So we had really successful implementations of open source software within a hospital and within a government authority. And we thought we had done well. They were really successful. We had moved people to this new technology. The proprietary software industry is really strong in Ireland, particularly multinationals. And the head of one particular software multinational visited the Prime Minister in Ireland and said, I think you should not be using open source software. This is really a bad move. Your economy depends on all this proprietary software, and open source software is for hackers. We didn't have any lobby, so we weren't organized. We're individuals without a lobby to organize effectively and to argue and rebut that kind of statement. And that's why you need some kind of open source lobby. So the proposal has been mentioned by several speakers, so Professor Hodge's document on strategy, and also the FROSS Centre of Excellence. That kind of initiative is a really excellent one because it provides that kind of, ensures as a lobby to counter and to educate people and to some kind of focal point to act. Act as a counterbalance to any kind of negative publicity or suspicions that this may not work. So I think if we had something like that, we would have, and in many countries have open source initiatives. They don't always work. So something like this, some kind of central lobby, I think is a good idea to keep a focus on open source and ensuring that it can flourish to the fullest extent. So that's my talk. I'm looking forward to talking again tomorrow and to enjoying the rest of the conference with you. And thank you again for the invitation to the conference. Thank you very much.
حضورنا الأكارم، ندعو الآن سعادة الدكتور علي بن سعود البيماني لتقديم هدية تذكارية لراعي الحفل.
Dear all, now I would like to kindly request Dr. Ali bin Saud al-Baymani, Vice Chancellor of Sultan Qaboos University, to grant our distinguished guest a memorable gift.
نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لمعالي الدكتور علي بن مسعود السنيدي وزير التجارة والصناعة الموقر على تفضله برعاية حفلنا هذا، متمنين لهذا المؤتمر كل التوفيق والنجاح، ولضيوفنا الكرام إقامة طيبة في السلطنة. وندعو معاليه الآن لافتتاح المعرض المصاحب للمؤتمر بقاعة المعارض، ونعود بعدها لاستكمال جلسات المؤتمر في تمام الساعة 10:30. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Now I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Masoud al-Sunaidi, Minister of Commerce and Industry, for his continued help and support to make this event a successful one. We would like also to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us and for joining our conference today. Now I would like to kindly request His Excellency Dr. Ali bin Masoud al-Sunaidi, Minister of Commerce and Industry, to inaugurate the conference exhibition. Our next session will begin at 9:30, and goodbye for now.
Well, thank you for having me. Waiting for them to switch over. Oh, there we go. That was the Google Doodle we did for Omani National Day. This was back in 2015 when we ran this. Do we keep the music running? Or, the music? I don't think you want me to dance. Just, you know. Anyways, let's get started. So I have a bit of dusty history that I like to give when talking about open source software and free software. So the Free Software Foundation, which many of us are familiar with, they had a very important piece of software. And it wasn't Emacs or Herd, it was GCC, the GNU Compiler Collection. And unbeknownst to Richard and other Free Software Foundation folks at the time, GCC would end up being probably one of the most important pieces of free software ever written, especially with regards to hardware and software development. And if you look at governments all over the world, what you really noticed happening is as people were adopting Unix and even alternative operating systems like the Wang VMS, you saw people buying these incredible workstations at the time, and they were very, very expensive. And the first thing they would do is they would cut a small check to the Free Software Foundation for a tape, literally a tape, or an 8-track of the GNU Compiler Collection and Emacs. And this is how things were in computing for a very, very long time. And if you were a contractor building a whatever for a government, whether it was a military system or any other sort of commercial system, you would usually start by developing something on top of Unix using GCC. Chip vendors, when they were making a new chip, they would always make a new back end for the compiler so that you could target that chip. And this is literally how it was until about 2 or 3 years ago as chip vendors started using LLVM more often. Its importance really can't be stressed highly enough. I'll skip this slide. And the thing about open source and the internet, a lot of things actually didn't happen in open source the way that we thought that they would. If you look at the early 90s, we had proprietary desktops, we had Unix systems often on the back end of these things. But there wasn't a huge demand for what we considered open source at the time. And then the internet happened. And the internet was very popular, as you might imagine. And so commercial organizations, governments, and the rest, they would go to their providers at Microsoft and Sun and Oracle and all the rest, and they would say, hey, IBM, I really want to offer a website. And IBM's like, well, let's do an engagement. And they would often go down these very, very complicated paths. Meanwhile, people are like, or I could just download Apache and I could ship a website in no time. I could learn from other websites by looking at their source on how to hack together some HTML. I could feed it using Apache, then running only on Unix, and then on Linux, it was even easier. I could download Linux, install it on a common workstation, a PC, make sure Apache is on there, boom, I'm serving web content. And so open source in a lot of ways became popular with the internet, and the internet became popular with open source. And they were literally inseparable. Frankly, most commercial organizations, they approach the internet very carefully, or they tried to cram it inside their model of how to sell software. Microsoft famously, when they first developed the Internet Information Server, which was their web server, they tried to charge client access licenses for everyone who might access it remotely. So everyone who comes to the website needs to have a $100 or $200 or $300 client access license to use that website, which was of course ridiculous. And when people are like, or I'll download this free thing and just ship. And as that happened, that's when Google became possible too. But this isn't really about Google, but it is about a fair internet and what it meant when anyone could put up a site, anyone could access that site with the same tools. We rapidly realized that having open source implementations made for a more competitive market. The previous speaker mentioned this quite a bit, and it wasn't even the commodification of software or a loss of value to software. But what we found was that in areas where there were open source competition, along with proprietary software, you started having people competing with functionality for the customer. And that was really, really important. And in fact, I came to believe that if you had free software being offered alongside proprietary software, and if you were lucky enough to have multiple implementations of free software and of proprietary software in the same space, this was an ideal situation for the consumer, the developer who might use this software. And so we tried to aim for that in our work at Google. Examples of this, I have both examples and counterexamples. So if you look at the DNS, there's really no proprietary DNS software market. It's completely done by open source software. Even if you wanted to run the .om top level domain, there's open source software to do that. There's never any reason to use a commercial piece of software for doing this. In fact, the last commercial software that did DNS probably went out of business 12 years ago. In the web serving market, there aren't any proprietary offerings that aren't free, like ISS and the rest. You could probably find Oracle. You could probably pay them if you really wanted to do web serving, but nobody really does that. In the browser space, which we consider very, very important, you have both commercial and open source software licensed projects, whether it's Chrome and Chromium or Safari or Microsoft's Edge product or Firefox. You have basically running the gamut of licensing choices. And I think that's resulted in an extremely competitive market for high-performant browsers. I could go on. What's funny is where this doesn't work. And where it doesn't work is when people have rejected standards in the face of market pressures. So in social networking and identity, people tend to shut down connectivity to open source efforts because they see it as a way for their competitors to steal their customers. In instant messaging, you see this too. Instant messaging, we used to think that we could do with Jabber and XMPP what we had done with email and with browsers. But the growth of Facebook Instant Messenger, WhatsApp, and the rest has belied that. So unfortunately, I think that in the cases of IM and social, we are stuck in a world that is extremely proprietary and controlling. And I don't think that's good for us. So we'll see where that ends up going. But when we are in a position where we have strong commercial competitors and strong open source competitors, I think that's what serves the consumers worldwide the best. And if that consumer, since this talk is ostensibly about government use of free software and incentivization therein, it's really important to realize that governments are in a very special position when it comes to data and when it comes to software. The sovereignty of a country shouldn't be outsourced to a company in Mountain View or in Seattle or in other places. The importance of open source software as a way of governments who don't have the ability to just write their own operating systems, write their own databases, write their own services is paramount. And it is one of the few ways I think that we can preserve frankly, the sovereignty of governments and around data. And let me tell you a terrible story from California, which is where I live. There's a county in California that is not, frankly, a very rich county. It would be considered very poor and very rural. And in this county, it's Calaveras County, they, for a very long time, had the ability, you would be able to go on their website, you would be able to see the entire map of the county, and pay your taxes and all the things that you want to do with the government, especially around real estate. And then a couple of years ago, they're like, we can no longer offer this. If you would like to see these assessor maps, you can come to our offices in Calaveras County and look at the books, because we all had these books for doing this. And the reason was they had a contract with a very large geospatial firm in the States, which I won't mention their name, and they were not able to take their data out of that contract. They hadn't planned accordingly. And so when they wanted to implement their own system using Google Maps, but also being open to OSM, they were unable to do so. And so they had to literally start from scratch, revert back to their paper maps. And it was, in my mind, a shining example of why you don't want to be locked into a given vendor, because it's not just locking in for the future competition of that contract, which is bad enough. It was also the ability to take data that really belonged to the state, belonged to the sovereign in charge, and they were unable to get it out. And so they were forced to just stop offering that. And then I anticipate someday they will re-offer it, but they probably won't do it with that vendor or in that manner. And this sort of thing actually happens quite a bit, especially in the United States, where we become dependent on our vendors, both to host the data, but also to do further software development and advances on that data. As the government had never adopted proprietary compilers in the development of weapon systems and hardware for the military, certain proprietary vendors at the time, notably Microsoft, were extremely upset that they could not crack that market. They complained, there was a congressional investigation, and so the Department of Defense, famously in 2002, funded a company called MITRE to do a study of open source use in the United States government. And what they found was that if they were to shut down the use of open source software, especially GCC, especially the compiler tools and the rest, they found that they were going to have to ground about 90% of the fleet, bring those boats back in and rewrite from scratch. And that, of course, was not going to happen. And it was even deeper than that. So what came out of this investigation was really fascinating. They were like, what we need is not a rejection of open source, but an acknowledgement of it and to continue to support it. Now, what's funny about this is the Navy had been one of the first backers of a company called Cygnus, which worked on the GNU compiler collection. It was purchased by Red Hat. There's a Red Hat person here in the conference. It was purchased by Red Hat I think it was around 2000 or 1999, and they continued that relationship with the US military to improve this tool really for the whole world, but especially because we depended on it so much as a government. So governments and open source code really go together like peas and carrots. They go together like rice and meat. You know, it's incredibly important. And from what I could tell from the earlier speeches from our honored guests, that it's a mission you've already adopted. And I want to herald you for that. It's remarkable. And I would say let's go to the next step and think not just about the open source software that is available, but think about the open data that is available, both produced by governments but also consumable by them. In the United States, we have code.gov, and we have this concept that when the US government writes code, if I were a US government worker and I were to write a piece of code, it is not by default copyright me, it is actually entered into the public domain for the US citizens to use. The problem is it doesn't actually happen that way when you use a contractor. So what we saw were the rise of laws that said, yes, the US government can pay you for your software, but that software can be kept exclusively proprietary to that company. And the government maybe has a right to use it. And so what we encouraged governments worldwide to do, from inside the open source software community, of which I've been a member for 20 years, much like our last guest, is we told them, listen, the important thing about open source software is not that it's actually open source or that it encourages open data, but what it really means when you're valuing software. So if you were to go and speak to a vendor of software and the contract does not give you rights to that code or the rights to get that data out, that is a huge cost to the sovereign nation. And it's one that should be reflected during procurement. So what we encourage people to do is say, listen, there is a cost to being locked in. Prices go up very, very quickly, and you can't get out. So put in provisions that require the exportation of data from these systems and see what that changes, how that changes the contract. Put it in recognition of what having the source code does for the government when it comes to recompeting that contract when you consider the value of that solution. And that saw some success, mostly in Europe, less so in the United States, although we had some traction here and there. We had some advances in Egypt as well, but we were shut down. This is pre-revolutionary Egypt. Post-revolution Egypt was a lot more amenable to this. And we can talk about that off the record. it's funny, I hear people protest about this. They say, well, you know, we have a really good relationship with our proprietary software vendors, and that's sometimes true, but what I find is more satisfying for countries when I speak with them is when that proprietary software vendor is an Omani company, then they're right on board. And I would say, focus on the data so you don't become beholden to these companies too. Just be careful when doing procurement. But it's actually very, very difficult to build a domestic software industry, period, open source or proprietary. So I would only say what you're doing so far looks like it's a pretty remarkable effort, and keep it up. In the United States, we had some really interesting successes in various projects. So back in 2008, during the first campaign when Obama was running for president, we really wanted to help Americans find out where to vote. And so we went to the incredible number of counties, which is how voting is done in the United States. Counties are basically the districts that run the polling locations for the voting. And some of them refused to give us data. Some of them gave us printouts, and some of them gave us just, information on CD-ROM. And so we had a little army of Googlers, my colleagues, we call ourselves Googlers, going through these things and hand entering them into the system so that people would know where to vote. And because one of the biggest queries we get during elections is, where do I vote? And then we had a lot of people very, very upset with us because it turns out there were a number of companies who sold polling location information to the campaigns. And as an American, I felt that was kind of offensive. So this software, we wanted to release the data. The reality was the Voter Information Project at the time, VIP, was very ill-formed as a standard. It didn't make a lot of sense. It was terrible to implement. So what we did is we basically implemented our own version of the Voter Information Project and released that under Creative Commons public domain, I believe, at the time. And that had a wonderful side effect that we had seen before at Google. When you have a valuable data set and you release it under an open format, even if you're not specifically right on the money with that open format, your version becomes the open format. And so VIP was broadly adopted throughout the European Union. We saw it being used in Turkey, Egypt, and Tunis. And Google wasn't the only company consuming VIP files at this point. It was all the search engines. All the municipalities were now demanding that when they create these systems with their contractors, that they publish information in VIP format. Your consultative assembly, I'd imagine, has someone inside it who's like, well, for the voting, we should probably publish the information this way. We did this in India, we did this everywhere, and it's very satisfying to see an open standard take hold like that. We saw it with schema.org as well as with sitemaps as well. And it's a great way of getting government information into the hands of the citizens of that country. So what's funny is in the United States, a lot of people I think have this picture that, wow, you can figure out where a bus is, you can figure out where a rail is. It's almost never true in the bigger cities like New York and San Francisco because the infrastructure is so poorly maintained. But in Portland, Oregon in 2006, I believe, they put up a website that could show you where every bus was so you would know when you would be able to get on a bus, which in Portland is a good thing because their buses run terribly. And so we had a Portlandite in our group, and he said, I really want to publish this as a transit standard. And there weren't a lot of really good transit standards. So we just published it, and we would scrape the Portland website. And at first they didn't like us for doing that, and then they said, okay, you can do that. And that became this great format that is now used throughout the world for denoting when trains run, when buses run, where they go, and all the rest. And we've seen a huge amount of opportunities, especially in the geospatial standards around this. I don't want to talk about geospatial too much. We have a speaker from OpenStreetMaps who might be in the room, I don't know. But they can talk about this a lot. I would only say within Oman, I'd imagine you have a ministry who cares deeply about mapping, especially around the oil plots in the country. I visited the PDO museum yesterday, and it's very clear that this is the sort of thing that's very, very important. So I'll let the OSM person talk, though. It's not really my place to do that. Yeah, so here's the part of the talk that I really wanted to give today. And the last two slides are my favorite, and probably the ones I'm least practiced giving. But I think that Oman has an opportunity beyond open source, beyond open data, that I think you have a chance as a country with your computer science programs, with your dedication from your Sultan, to have, I think it was 80% of all of the government's work being written by or done by Omani nationals. I think you have an opportunity to actually leapfrog a lot of your fellow governments and your fellow countries beyond where computer science is today in the States, in Europe, and go straight laser focused into machine learning. And I'll get there, but it's really important, so I'll get there fast. So I'm going to burn through some of these slides so I can talk a lot about those. I have to watch my time, I think. So Google uses open source for the same reason the governments use open source. We want to control our own destiny, right? Google is much smaller than the nation of Oman. We are much smaller than the population in Oman who would be programming. But we were able to leverage the work of over 10,000 engineers for 10 years in our methods of adopting open source software. In that, Oman has all the opportunities of, an entire Silicon Valley's worth of developers just waiting for you to use it. And it seems that you've already embraced this idea, so I'm not going to talk about it too much and how cool it is. But when you take open source into your country, you are controlling your destiny, and that is what matters about open source. And it's funny because when you look at why we created Android and why we created Chrome, it was literally because we saw a barrier between us and our users at Google. When we looked at, in 2004, 2005, which is when we actually acquired Android, the smartphone market, it was very, very stark. At the time, it was mostly Symbian who were able to provide a web browser onto the internet. And if we wanted to have presence on a Symbian device and the ability for Symbian users to reach Google, we had to pay Nokia, the carriers, and everybody. And we're like, wow, so they're going to keep us from talking to our users, right? They're going to get between us. They're going to control our destiny, and we're not going to be able to do that. It would be as if you didn't have PDO running your own oil markets. I mean, it's basically you are, a citizen of those other companies. So we knew that we had to develop a mobile operating system so that people could have a great way of accessing the free and open internet and get to us. And it wasn't that we didn't know that the iPhone was coming, we did. But we didn't anticipate them being all that open unless they had a competitor. And we come back to that idea that with competition from open implementations, we are able to serve the consumers better, and the citizens of the world are able to reach those things that matter to them. Yeah, so we just wanted to make the phone market more like the internet, so that's why we did Android. I mean, it's really very simple. The same thing is true of Chromium. Browsers at the time they were sort of in trouble. Internet Explorer was maintaining its majority share. They didn't like us very much at Microsoft. And Firefox was doing well, but they didn't want to accept certain patches from us around safety, security, and performance. It's not to say that Firefox is bad, it's a fantastic browser, but we needed more. And so that's why we launched Chrome and its open source component, which is Chromium, and people were using it aggressively. All the way down to, this is why we released Chrome OS. We needed a very secure operating system that we could not control, but in the case of Chromium, we just open source it and anyone can use it. But we can keep it deterministic and a secure environment, because we think one of the things that drives people away from the internet, away from websites and onto these closed applications and networks is a legitimate fear of being insecure on the internet. And I'm sure that our security speakers will speak about this. I got to keep it tight. I've only got about 7 minutes left. Oh, so TensorFlow and deep learning. So this is where I think Oman should go, okay? One of our most esteemed developers and leaders at Google, his name's Jeff Teen, he said, if I were writing Google today, and this is a person who literally helped write vast amounts of what you think of as being Google. He said, if I were writing Google today, I would not write a single thing using the heuristics of the past. I would use deep learning networks and convolutional learning neural networks to do it. And what he's done over the last 3 years with TensorFlow inside Google, it was formerly called the Google Brain Team, because we like our names, is he's gone through the company and we've been replacing things right and left with neural network implementations. So whenever you're doing a search on Google, you're using TensorFlow, you're using Google Brain, and you're using a vast amount of computation resources, but that's okay. When I think of the computational needs of a government, of a nation, I just think of how many ways we could apply TensorFlow, how we could apply machine learning to making government services better, geospatial services, all of your ministries. It's like you could point at a ministry and I'll tell you 5 ways they can use neural networks to become more efficient, and more effective, and more powerful, really. So we open sourced TensorFlow a little over, I think it was a year ago now, and it's become one of the most popular projects we've ever released. And I released Go, I released Android, I released Chromium. TensorFlow is probably the most important release I've done in my career. And I would encourage you to take a look at it. It is worth your time. As computer scientists, as engineers and entrepreneurs, it's sort of a joke around Google is like, oh, well, I'll just add machine learning to this. I'll just dollop on this machine learning sauce. But it's actually really true. When you bring the right kind of learning and you really look at the computation you're doing, you can do amazing things with the right resources directed at machine learning. So just to give you an idea, we're using it literally all over the company. Within our biotech co-alphabet entities, Verily and Calico, they're using it for drug discovery. We're using it in our translation system is now fully based on deep learning networks, as opposed to the former statistical models we were using. We use it for image understanding. If you use Google's Photos, it's one way of seeing it, but we actually make this available via our cloud machine learning systems, where you can just say, what is this symbol? What is this picture? What's going on inside this thing? It's literally throughout the company now. Even products that are dead, like Google Glass, we used to use it for recognizing blinking within the user interface so that it wouldn't do it. And we were able to do that using an incredibly small amount of power on the device. So this is an incredible realm for computer science. And I would say it's really tempting as a nation to say, we're just going to concentrate on what's current in open source software and in the rest. This is an area that is going to be cracked wide open over the next 5 to 10 years, and Oman should be there. This is just a silly thing, but basically, what is this picture? Is this a cat or a dog? It's a dog, by the way, I think, sleeping inside a laundry basket, right? And you could think the other one's a cat, or maybe it's a dog, maybe it's underpants, I don't know. The long and short of it is, these networks are now good enough to be able to recognize these things. And they go beyond it. We have a training set that when it looks at this image, it'll say, there's a laundry basket, there's clothes, they're probably dirty, there's a dog inexplicably sleeping on top of the clothes. And it's probably a, whatever the breed of dog that is. It's better than I am at recognizing dog breeds. And that's just the visual aspect of TensorFlow. The other releases that we've done, they're great too, but I mean, seriously, take a nice hard look at TensorFlow. I think I've only got about 4 minutes left. We've put a lot of software up on GitHub. Last year alone, Googlers contributed 250,000 patches throughout GitHub. You can find a lot of our software there. We've retired probably more projects than most companies have ever released, but you can find a lot of them there. I would stress that there are some things that I think that a government use is probably better targeted than others, and I've listed them here. MLab is just a profile of how people provide bandwidth throughout the world, so you can get an idea of where you sit in the global stage when it comes to providing bandwidth to your citizens. Ganeti is actually being retired, but it's been replaced almost completely by Kubernetes for systems management. Omaha is a web updating technology. It does compression, it does that sort of thing for software updates. WebRTC is for video conferencing and chat. And the geographical databases for the White Spaces project in the States, I think, is directly applicable here in Oman if you wanted to go in the direction of providing high-speed internet bandwidth wirelessly in the UHF spectrum. So the geographical database, it's readily applicable. You would bring your state maps into that, and it would give you a very good idea of how you would want to do everything from antenna placement to bandwidth provisioning. So that's the long and short of it. I don't want to take too much time away from my other speakers, and that would be it. So thank you for having me here in your wonderful country.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Zaborski to give his speech on French expertise in e-government.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to thank, of course, your university to invite me, and also the IETA organization for organizing this event. And I would like also to thank Mr. Haj for his invitation. Thank you for that. So we are going to talk, I'm going to tell you a story about a GNU, a penguin, and frogs. I'm going to talk about OpenGov and OpenEGov in France. So to start, why it is so important to understand what happens in my country is maybe because France today is very well ranked by the United Nations in terms of adoption of open source. We were ranked number 4 in terms of e-administration adoption by the United Nations 2 years ago, and we fell to the 10th place. But we are still very good and still like that in terms of adoption of open source. There is something specific happens in my country. So why French government has chosen to develop OpenEGov, not only eGov? First, because, and you have understood already that in Oman, and also what Brian and Chris already told this morning, so the future is open. Today, if you had to develop a new company such as Google, Facebook, any startup that you would like to develop, you will develop this new company with open source software. And when you decide to develop a new project, you develop new digital service. Today in the world, 90% of new digital services are built on open source software. But also because open source with open source, you bring or you develop also all the open innovation. You know, this year in CES, Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, the CEO of one of the main car manufacturers in the world, so the CEO Carlos Ghosn, went to this CES and he decided to communicate not about new functionalities for his cars, new about connected cars, but he decided to introduce and to present to the world the new initiative done by Renault, which is a POM, a platform, open-minded platform, which is, you know, they have a car called Twizy, and they have decided to open all the Twizy car. That is to say that they give all the specifications of this car, not only the electronic part, but also the mechanic part, and they make the bet that tomorrow in all engineering school, people, they will learn about how making a connected car and an electronic car with this platform. And the bet that Renault has done is to have new engineers, researchers, they will work with them to develop this new generation of a car. And so when you are a CEO such as Carlos Ghosn, and you take the decision to communicate on that, it shows you the level today of attention from all the C-level, C-executive about open source software. But open source is also one of the ways you can develop your open data strategy. And why it is so important to have your own open data strategy is because with open data, you develop a lot of external positive outcomes. You know, if you have data into your company and you don't use this data, the value of this data is nothing. But in putting your data into the open source landscape and to share your data with anyone, you allow either your employees or third-party companies to develop new services around your own companies and your own services from your company. And you create more value in opening your data than to keep the data for yourself. But also because the open source landscape, in the open source landscape, you have also all open API strategy that you can put in place and you can develop. And today, you have to think the way you develop your own IT system, not as, you know, a classical IT system, vertical, and that will not communicate with the exterior, with the other systems, but as a complete platform, and you will allow anyone to use and to consume not only the data you are providing, but also the services that you can provide with your own IT system. And one of the main ideas is to build a complete open platform. And today, one of the big issues around open source is not open source by itself, but the way you could become an actor of the open source world as a contributor for open source software. And in the past, we have done a lot of strategic consulting service for large organizations. And one of our recommendations was to adopt an open first strategy. And today what we tell to our big customers, to the large organization, is to think the way they could become a great contributor to open source and to develop their own share first strategy. At the end of the day, the main issue, as I mentioned, is to consider your IT system as a complete platform, as finally if you were a kind of Google or Facebook platform. And for example, you can be part as the retail market, as a retailer, or to be a bank, and to think tomorrow as a bank, oh, I'm going to be able to deliver not the banking services as I have always done, but to deliver new services, to attract new people into my own landscape, in my own ecosystem, and to develop with also third part new services to my customers. And for that, the best way to develop that is, of course, open source. And that's the same in government, of course. So what happens in France? So first we would say that we have a favorable regulation. So not the last, but the one before, Prime Minister Jean-Marc Ayrault decided to make a public decision encouraging all the public administration to use open source software. But in that order, in that public order, it was not only to use open source software, but to be sure that every year, every administration, they will use more open source software. And for that, every year, to know what was done with open source software and to take the strategic decision to move forward and quicker and to invest more in the open source. And because of that, you know, France is a democracy, but, you know, is a democracy with a strong central power. And because of that, you know, all the administration and even the public agencies, so they have followed this instruction from the Prime Minister and they have decided to move forward in using open source. With the Prime Minister office, they have decided to create what they called État Lab, which is the public agency dedicated to the governance of all IT systems from the government. And so État Lab was behind the open data strategy of France. They have also funded this initiative called État Platform, so government platform. They have developed also a unique identity solution called France Connect, to be able to be connected to any French administration website with only one SSO, one single point of identity. And they have also done two very interesting initiatives. One is called Startup de l'État, so startup from the government. When you have a public servant who decides to develop a new service because he thinks in his administration something could be done better than it is done, so he can say that this is what we should do. It goes in front of a commission, he has an examination for that, and if he's able to decide the public decider from the État Lab, he will be financed to develop the new service. And so they built new startup in the state to deliver new services that address specific need from the point of view of public servants for the need of the citizens. And they have also developed, but that program also exists in the US, an initiative to have entrepreneur, freelancer, they move from the private sector to the public sector, and they have a short contract, and they are hired for a specific mission for that, and this is what they called entrepreneur d'intérêt général. But the French government is not only a user. As I told you, one of the main issues today is also to become a contributor, a developer of open source software, and the French gov decided to invest directly into open source. And they do that in two different ways. The first one is to finance private sector who propose to develop new open source software. And for example, with my company, we presented a project called OpenPass, which is a fully open platform solution. And this program that we work with some very high-level universities, such as School of Polytechnic in France. So this program, for this program, the government has given to us more than 10 million euros to develop this new OpenPass solution. But the second way is to have also public finance given to the public administration, and into this administration they've developed a new open source program. And for example, today you have this program called VITAM, which is the new legal archive system for the French government. is being handled by one of the administration with the support of the private sector, of course, which work with this with these bodies, with this organization, but it's made by an administration for the other administration. And they have also launched 2 new programs around OpenStack. So the way they do that concretely in the French gov. First, what you have to know is today the French government runs for 50% of the public servants a free and open source solution, which is an open source email solution. And so they don't use anymore Microsoft Exchange or IBM solution, nor for the moment Gmail. And so 50% in terms of the market share in the French gov is done with our solution called OBM. And we have the same kind of success in some countries such as Tunisia, for example, or in Africa or in Quebec. And that's something that we could do, of course, with Oman government. Also, a large part of the French gov doesn't use, any system such as Dropbox or file transfer or things like that. They use a solution called LeanShare. LeanShare, which is a kind of Dropbox but fully open source, is a free and open source solution that we have specifically developed for the French government. And today, for example, the finance ministry or the interior ministry, the police ministry, they use this solution to share secure file in secure way. It's of course fully encrypted, you can have digital signature and so on. For that, the French gov to support this open source strategy, the French gov has also put in place 2 major contracts for having support and maintenance for more than today 400 open source software. So we deliver that with an offer called OSSA, Open Source Software Assurance, and today we are the main provider for the French government for all their needs in terms of support and maintenance. That's a thing that any large organization, and especially government, they need to have if they want to develop concrete and real and large strategic plan of using open source. And through that, we deliver services with strong engagement, and we deliver services under SLA. And so if you have any problems with an open source software, under 4 hours you can be supported by us. One of the things we think is really important is to consider the way we could deliver what we call the third digital way. Actually, when you are a large organization or when you are a government, the main choices that you have is either to use an American solution, provided by one of the giants on the market. More and more often today, you have the Chinese offer, and the Chinese, they come not only with solution, but also with all the finance to finance the solution. Which is also funny is that most of the Chinese offer is based on open source software, by the way. And all the Chinese champions have strongly used open source software to develop their own digital services. Alibaba, Tencent, with all their solutions, they are one of the great users of open source. And so today you are balanced between these 2 large offers, Chinese and American offer. And what we strongly believe in France, and not only in France, in Europe, is that exists a third digital way based on collaboration, co-development, co-innovation, and that's something that we concretely do with Tunisia, with Morocco, with Algeria, with a lot of big countries in Africa. And that's something that we should consider to do also with GCC countries, and especially here in Oman, according to what I saw this morning, that's the perfect, mix between what France and Europe can bring to Oman and what you want to do here in Oman. Because at the end of the day, the main issue for countries is about digital sovereignty. And the decision we take today, the consequences will be within 10 or 20 years. And I'm sure that the future is only what we want it will be. So our future depends just on us. And so we are able to share these experiences, and we want to share these experiences with you. You know, France is the president of the Open Government Partnership Program, what was funded by the US and the Obama administration. I'm not sure that the Trump administration is really, aligned with the goal of the Open Government Partnership. We will see. We have also funded an alliance called Alliance for Digital and Development. We have now 16 countries inside this alliance, so the ADD, and we work with all the countries they want for sharing experiences, return of experience, and share codes, and try to do a common project. It's not open to the government and the public agency, it's also open to the private sector. So if you are a system integrator, please do not hesitate to contact me and to consider the way we could work together. And we have also some very specific bilateral relationship in digital sector. I'm the one in charge of this specific relationship between Tunisia and France, and it's an official responsibility given to me by my government, and we could maybe consider the same thing with the government of Oman. To finish, just a quick overview about what we do. I'm not going to give you all the details, but I wanted to tell you that my company is one of the oldest companies in the open source landscape. We are strongly present not only in Tunisia, where we have 50 people. So we have 50 people, they speak Arabic as their mother tongue. So we can very easily work between Oman and Linagora. So that's all. Our future is open. Just develop it together. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to invite Ms. Tan King to give her speech on the Malaysian open source software deployment strategies and practices. Tan King currently serves as the open source consultant in the Apires group of companies.
It's not the beginning. Not the beginning. The beginning. No. The beginning. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor for me to share Malaysian experience in open source with you. Thank you. Okay, I'm now OSS consultant, but I was formerly the head of OSCC, Open Source Competency Center in Malaysia. And today, the title of my talk will be the Malaysian OSS Deployment Strategies and Practices in the public sector, OSS industry, OSS community, followed by challenges and future direction. The Malaysian Public Sector OSS Initiative. Michael Tiemann, former president of the OSI, has called it a Malaysian success story. And he said that the progress that Malaysia has made with open source has caught the attention of governments of developed and emerging economies. So Gartner too, in a case study, said that Malaysia shows what being strategic on open source means. And yes, even United Nations noticed us, and the inspection unit came to visit and had nice things to talk about us. And also Malaysia was elected chairperson of UNESCO expert group meeting. So the Open Source Competency Center had lots of official visits from governments of developing and developed countries, and we were also invited to talks to share our experience. And the local business community will also pay tribute to the government initiative and said that Malaysia is demonstrating outstanding leadership and accomplishment in public sector OSS implementation. Even the local media were having news on open source implementation in the public sector, and I guess all this international recognition as well as local news has created a lot of hype and excitement that makes this following NGOs to support and also promote the Malaysian public sector OSS initiative. Important ICT organizations such as MDEC, which is responsible for implementing the Malaysian Silicon Valley, they too provide funds and support to set up OSS startups, provide incubators and test beds to do R&D. PICOM is the National Association of Malaysia. They will, more than 95% of the ICT companies were their members, and they were also on the OSS bandwagon. Now, most importantly, the other three huge organizations like Consumers Association, they were promoting open source passionately to safeguard the consumers, the ordinary consumers, and they were requesting us to help lobby for OEM to debundle proprietary software from PC to safeguard consumers from paying unnecessary or software that they do not need and lock them in. Okay, proprietary software, that's it. The other two organizations are huge organizations with hundreds of thousands of companies. There are SMEs like chambers of commerce and manufacturing industries. These SMEs are in dire need of ICT to run their competitions, to run their companies' business, but they could not afford the proprietary software. So they too come to Mampu and ask us to help them to educate their members. So with all the support from these important ICT companies and huge organizations like Federation of Manufacturers, Chambers of Commerce, it looks like the entire nation was involved in implementing the government OSS initiative. We also received awards, etc. But I think the truth is in the figures. So as of 2012, 99.3% of all the public agencies, government agencies, were using open source software in some way or another. And this results in 370 million ringgit in cost savings. And we believe that, we know that this is just the tip of the iceberg because there are many other unreported cases. So in short, the government OSS initiative has resulted in benefits, definitely more cost-effective and more connected government, increased growth in local ICT industry, enhanced human capital development, increased knowledge-based society, and so on. But most importantly, it has spawned a new OSS industry and a new OSS community that helps to create a knowledge-based society. And these together form the pillars of national transformation, which help us towards realizing Vision 2020. Now, how does it all started, this government OSS initiative? So it started in 2002. Actually, I have lots of stories to tell, but I have to finish this within half an hour, so I'm just going through very fast. I was fortunate to be given a task of doing the cabinet paper, presenting the study results as well as recommendations for this initiative, and also to apply for funds. And needless to say, the funds was approved, and like they said, the rest was history. So in 2002, cabinet safe study. 2004, the government declared it's open source from now on with a two-pronged strategy, formulating master plan and as well as a competency center, OSS competency center, we call OSCC. And this is a two-pronged strategy because either one of these without the other would not have worked, because Malaysia at that time do not have the OSS skills. And just having the plan alone without the competency to give us the training, to build the enabling environment, we would not have been able to do it, because we were also deep and locked in by the proprietary software. So the vision was simple. It was to use, to create and enhance value by using open source to bring about a more cost-effective and quality public service, with the objectives of reducing total cost of ownership, and also very importantly, we want to control our own destiny. We want to increase freedom of choice of software, increase interoperability, increase growth of local ICT industry, and so on. And under the guiding principles of coexistence with other legacy proprietary systems, and also implementation must be fit for purpose. So we adopt a phased approach, that is, beginning from laying the foundation, where enabling environment was put in place. Enabling environment that consists of governance, infrastructure, and very important, the pilot projects, because pilot projects demonstrate and showcase proof that open source works and saves us valuable money. Okay, and this is followed by accelerated adoption, where OSS is proliferated throughout the public agencies, throughout the public sector. And the end game is self-reliance, where the governments would finally be able to be self-reliant, have sovereignty in technology, sovereign choice of software, that we are totally in control of our own destiny, develop our own technology, rather than just consumers of foreign technology that just makes our foreign exchange flow out of the country. Okay. So master plan includes framework where all the components are put in place, all the components that are necessary for the realization of the OSS objectives, such as solution areas, enabling environment, together at the core of it, the knowledge span, they must be there in the framework. Okay? And very important are the strategic thrusts. There are 7 strategic thrusts. Each of these strategic thrusts have owners from relevant government agencies. And for example, like Strategic Trust 2 entrusts a governing body to champion and monitor and drive OSS implementation. Mampu, which is something like an IT authority, was appointed to be the governing body. So this is in line. This is the relevant agency. For example, like Strategic Trust 3, train and develop human resources. Ministry of Education was appointed to be owner of this strategic trust, and to implement this trust, to see that the hard targets, all these trust has got hard targets, are being fulfilled, are being delivered, and to come out with, to churn out a new breed, new generation of OSS competent students and young professionals from universities. Likewise, legal direction is under the charge of Attorney General's office. So relevant agencies are responsible to deliver the strategic trust targets. Now, there's also a very close monitoring mechanism where MAMPU, as the governing body, chairs the OSS steering committee and reports to the cabinet. And there are members of the committee are owners of all the strategic trusts, including representatives from industry, from community, and the academia, the universities. Okay, so that was the master plan. The second part of the two-pronged strategy was the Open Source Competency Center. So the main objective is to lead, guide, and assist government agencies to develop and implement open source, with OSS giving out functions, providing training, technical support, maintenance, R&D, and so on. The second pivotal role of the center, the OSCC, is playing the role of a physical and virtual bridge that gets the three communities together in close exchange of research findings, ideas, etc., and also in very close collaborative engagements for successful delivery of OSS services and solutions. And this is very important. These three communities, like public sector, represents a major OSS consumer where it generates OSS demands. R&D community, mainly the research institutes and universities, which does research that is geared for the use of government, which satisfies the government's requirements. And also the business community are the ICT industry, which collaborates to help commercialize these research fundings and together provide services and solutions to serve the government. Okay, so that we together control our own destiny, create our own employment, create our own industry, our own jobs to satisfy our needs. Okay, so OSCC governance includes guidelines, standards, etc. OSS implementation guidelines, we have guidelines that cover the implementation of all strategic trusts. And my G-Force, it is very important that we promote open standards. It publish minimal standards that need to be complied by all agencies to ensure information access and interoperability. Because in the past, proprietary systems has made agencies not able to talk to each other. Okay. Now, very important also is the OSCC also develop open source products, developed once but used by any agencies in the public sector, with OSCC services such as help desk, knowledge bank, e-marketplace, OSS development toolkit, to make it easy for them to develop and implement open source. Okay. Now, in the past, agencies would just acquiring, procuring proprietary software applications on their own. This could be all similar applications, and it was duplicated many times, and they are locked in. But with this, the government really saves a lot of money because it avoids the duplication. And the center just built once, but to be used by all agencies. And in future, if any agency wants to develop any application, all they have to do is refer to this repository of OSS applications. They can just take it and customize it for their own needs. Okay. So in short, the public sector OSS initiative does come up, has given us a lot of achievements, and the achievements actually transcend beyond the public sector and provide positive impact, great impact on human capital development, and also spawning a new OSS industry. Why do we succeed? Okay, this is what we think. We think that there is a holistic approach, all things considered, all relevant stakeholders are involved from the beginning. And also there is a phased approach, from pilots to rollouts, and from foundation to accelerated adoption, and so on. Also, very important are the two-pronged strategy building. You can't just have a plan without the center, it won't work, because we are too deeply ingrained in proprietary and we don't have the necessary skills. Now, building trust is important, and pilot projects, monitoring, governance, all these are important for building trust, to convince the government agencies, to convince the public sector, and to win commitments. Okay, another important thing is the entire nation is networked to communicate and collaborate on this OSS vision and our initiative. And very important also is the OSCC acts as a center to build and nourish this OSS ecosystem. There is an e-marketplace at the center. The e-marketplace creates and continuously increase the OSS demands and supplies, and it is in the e-marketplace that the three communities get together and meet each other's requirements. Okay, passion, creating excitement and passion and momentum to mobilize people to action. This is very important. Okay, so what about the Malaysian industry? Now, before the OSS initiative, the entire OSS industry is dominated by proprietary giants, IBM, Microsoft, and we use foreign technology at high cost, and we got locked in. After the initiative, 53% of local ICT vendors are OSS SMEs. Now there's a chance for our own people, SMEs, to do business in open source. There are many reasons, because there is low entry to OSS market. And just in our e-marketplace, there are 71 vendors in OSCC. And this is, okay, next slide. This, in the words of the CEO of MDEC, about the impact of OSS initiative on ICT industry. 39 MSC Malaysian companies in the OSS industry generated 595 million in local revenues and over 234 million in export revenues, employing 6,000 over ICT knowledge workers. This is unprecedented. Before OSS, as I told you, there was no OSS service provider. There wasn't one. You know, there's no such thing as OSS service provider. So the OSS industry was non-existent, but after open source initiative, and this is from the words of others, not from us, this is a different, and that is the impact. It is hard, but it does help to spawn a new industry, OSS industry, that stimulates and increase the growth of the local economy. Okay, so in the Malaysian OSS industry, what are their OSS deployment strategy? That's my topic. Just like anywhere else in the world, Malaysian vendors employ a combination of all these 4 strategies, which is building OSS, building infrastructure, middleware, applications for direct returns. Secondly, building with OSS, where you use OSS framework to build applications for licensing, And thirdly, building for OSS, where our vendors supply OSS distributions with professional services, providing professional services like training, technical support, consultation, all those things. And also building our own OSS, meaning using open source to run their organizations, building their organizations on OSS. So Malaysian companies use a combination of all this. I'm sure it's the same for the rest. And business practices in Malaysia. Our vendors supply open source software using community license, or they could customize this OSS to clients' requirements and have a customized licensing. Or we could build our own software, like Joget is a Malaysian built software, where dual licensing is practiced. You know, the enterprise license has got more features, and also another way of dual licensing is building proprietary extension on open core. This can be done. Very common in Malaysian vendors, with Malaysian vendors, are producing, supplying software as a service, okay? And this is very good for our SMEs, because 70% of our GDP comes from SMEs. So when we are able to do this, our SMEs can use open source software, which is cheaper and more affordable. Okay, these are the nature of business. Includes IT modernization, where vendors use open source for cost efficiency, carbon efficiency, cloud computing, software development, mobility, big data, Internet of Things. And as I said before, professional services include consultation, technical support, you know, maybe network services, infrastructure installation, etc. And both enterprise-wide as well as community version software are supplied. For enterprise version, our vendors may usually collaborate with the principals to provide you with SLA commitments, bundled warranty, bundled maintenance and support. And for community version, our vendors also collaborate with our community to take advantage of the development and maintenance resource. And in return, the company will provide funds or sponsorship for the community events. So now both the free software and the fees-based software are both enterprise ready. And usually there's a mix and match, depending on the needs, mix and match, depending on the needs of the client's budget and requirements. Sometimes community version is good enough. Okay, some other examples of the business in Malaysia, OSS business migration. It has been documented, 70% cost savings, yeah? Linux, Unix to Linux, middleware migration, 85% cost savings. A lot of it comes from savings of high software costs as well as high hardware maintenance costs. Okay, virtualization is also very popular, where in this case, the Malacca state, 70 servers were replaced with just 14 servers and 2 storage. And of course, a lot of savings, and the accompanying complexities is avoided. Big data. I come from Abires. The company is a leading pioneer open source company in Malaysia, and they have successfully delivered public sector open source big data project to the government, and also a few other ministerial level big data projects. Now this public sector big data projects has got 4 use cases on sentiment analysis, price watch, disease control, and crime prevention. And this afternoon at 1:15 there's going to be a workshop, so to know more, please just attend that workshop. Okay, training of course is also a popular service. Now what I want to tell you is that now our economy has become more service-based, service-intensive. If before we were just doing trading, middlemen, but now this is creating value, enhancing value, and more service-intensive. Thank you. Okay, now the Malaysian OSS community. The community, there are many OSS communities, they are all unified under one umbrella organization called MOSMY, MOSCMY, with a vision to promote open source development to become world-class OSS community. There are more than 50 OSS communities, and even the communities self-govern. They have their own master plan, started in 2010 and achieved in 2015, where objectives was met. And there are now more than 50 local-led projects, 1,000 over OSS core developers. Okay, Major areas and community activities are in research and development, of course. They join the international projects, building community, assisting in open source conference, and giving free tuition for W3C schools. And they are also involved in OSS business for our local SMEs, okay, because more affordable. University collaboration, and so on. Now, these are just examples of their activities. They also have their own FOSS conference. And now, what are the challenges and future direction? Phase 1 and 2, after every phase, we have a benefit realization analysis and report. They have been all targets met. The last phase, the self-reliance, okay, it is still in progress. Although half of all the ministries are now certified self-reliant, but we still cannot be considered as technology developers and an OSS hub, even though we have a thriving OSS industry that produce some exports. Now, so the future direction is, if in the past the emphasis was on OSS cost savings, being free from being logged in. Now, the emphasis is on instituting OSS culture of innovation. I think we miss out a little bit on the OSS process. Our government programmers and system analysts were not as good as we want them to be. We want them to be not only self-independent and very competent OSS developers, being self-sufficient, but we also want them to be contributing to international projects, you know, and make OSS, make Malaysia a hub of OSS. So the direction now is from OSCE, we want to go towards OSTED, Open Source Development and Capability Center. So the focus is on development. Okay, how to be an OSS hub, how to be more, contribute to the international projects as well. And there's something, the things that are hidden is that in our public sector ICT strategic plan from 2016 to 2020, the government has declared open source to be the first choice, preferred choice, okay? And so the future direction is this, cultivating OSS culture of innovation. We want the OSTED to host all public sector OSS projects. Although this was done before, but didn't, so we are retrying this again, you know, with our own version of GitHub, SourceForge.net, and so on. And we hope that Malaysia becomes technology developer and technology hub. So, indeed, we think that the two-pronged strategy has contributed to a more connected government, a more productive OSS industry, and a vibrant community. And the little that we put in to set up the center, we consider it as a very small investment that brings us multiple, that rewards us hundreds of folds over and over in terms of human capital development, in terms of our open door, government open door facility, in terms of a more integrated public service. Agencies, systems can talk to each other, okay? In terms of a new OSS industry that is spawned, and a new stimulation to stimulating our local economic growth and so on. So we think it is worth it. Thank you.
Please note there is a Linux Plus exam voucher and a competition will be at 2:30 today. If you want to join the competition and do the placement exam, please go to the registration desk now. Now we will stop for a short coffee break. Then we'll return back to complete our sessions at 12. Thank you. Okay, you want to take a photo?
Yes, so then I could tweet that. That's it.
تأكد لي بس المحاضرة مال الصحة موجودة.
I just want a quick photo so I can tweet.
هو يبغى ياخذ صور يغرد.
Could you take a photo from the side with capturing that and me on that? Don't fall off there. I pretend to be talking. Thank you.
You have to charge him for it. This is not open and free.
That's good.
Well, it is open source, but it's not free.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have to pay for the support. لا بعد جاز. لا عندك يا بني أنا ما أدري أعطوكم أعتقد صح؟
دكتور عبد الله.
عبد الله أيوه.
هذا لا.
أي واحد اللي هذا أوكي.
أنا أفضل PDF.
PDF خلاص إذا شغال.
هذا لا.
من البداية.
هذه بداية الكلمة.
لا ما هي البداية ممكن. كم سلايد
سلام كيف حالك؟ كيف صحتك؟ طيب الله يسلمك حياك الله.
هذه لا؟
هذه خلاص شغال يعني.
شغال.
أمورك في الروب.
أمورك في الروب.
خلاص مبروك.
خلصت خلاص راح. اروح خلاص
سكت رجعنا
ما يحتاج خلاص لو عندكم برزنتيشن
بيعرض واحد يتكلم خلاص امورك طيبه
التقنيه لا
اي
عشان الغداء ماشي غدا باقي
دكتور بدر كان ما موجود
هذا دكتور بدر
دكتور بدر باقي يطير
نعم برا
يسوون باوربوينت
وكيليا
اوكي
فهل اذا باوربوينت شغال زين باوربوينت افضل
في حاجة يعني
اعتقد في انيميشن اعتقد يعني مع النمبرز كذا
مشكلة لينكس
تشيك ات اوت
بيتغير انا اتوقع الفورمات
زين انا كنت مسوي شو اسمه بالليبرا
اذا مسوي بالليبرا عادي
ليبرا عادي لكن هنا هذا لا برزنتيشن
لا شغال
بس تأكدنا عشان في العادي يتغير شوية حاجات
بس خلاص البي دي اف موجود شغال ماشي
شغال يعني so it should be fine ماشي يعني بس باين نخوفهم ذاتس ات يعني
خوفهم ماشي عندك غير
احنا ما نخاف الحمد لله
خلاص it's there لكن you will publish this
ايوه
if you publish them خبروا ان هناك في عندي صورة اللي اشيلها تمام
يببلش ايش كل شو اسمه
في عندنا كذا برودكت بعدها في البايلوت يعني فما حبيت تنشر يعني
خلاص
there بس رجاء لا تنشروا
لا ما في نشر يكون.
ما في اونلاين. You will not put it online صح؟
لا ما اتوقع.
اوكي.
ما اتوقع لا ينشرونه.
ايوه اذا عندك ملاحظه افضل تخبرهم يعني.
ايوه ومين اخبر من حسن؟
خليل.
خليل نفسه خبر.
اوكي خلاص تمام.
لان نحن نسوي الموقع يعني.
ايوه زين تمام. اشيله خلاص هذا؟
توكل.
فلاش؟
توكل.
شكرا.
عفوا. زين. بدر ولا من عارف بيجي هذا
اسمه هذا صح
الرقالي
لا المنذر يوم المنذر هذا يعني عتيب
هذا شغل عليه يعني يا أخي هو حتى هذا ما العادة أول من تسوي F5 ذيك الحين يظهر هذا يرويك يهين رايح ايوه
أقول تخلي جاهز فيه.
أخرك أنت فاتح يمكن هواي قدام.
زت لا.
لقيته ما يحتاج. داونلود ما يحتاج.
بدل ما تلقى.
دكتور بدر.
بس خلي جاهز. أنا كنت بس أرجع كذا لكن
زين بعدين عبد الله الرقادي موجود. بعدين أحمد المعشري موجود معنا.
ماشي؟
ايه موجود.
Experts believe that by 2030, the majority of crimes in any country will be cyber crimes or electronic crimes. According to a very important study by Verizon Data Breach Investigation Report, where they have investigated over 100,000 incidents, 93% of the incidents in the organizations, in 93% of the incidents in the organizations, they were breached within minutes. So it takes hackers now only few minutes, and actually out of the 93, 11%, those organizations were breached within seconds, not even minutes. So it has become even very easy for hackers to attack organizations and breach those organizations and cause a lot of damage to the organizations. So this is why we need to do a lot of work to protect our data and to protect our reputation as well. And this is a worldwide problem. It's not only in Oman, this is everywhere. The average cost of a single data breach, is $4 million US. So a breach within an organization has a lot of consequences. There are some direct costs that the organization will have to pay to fix the issues that resulted from the attack. Many of the organizations, they have to contract, which is additional cost, some companies and some experts to come and investigate that incident and advise on how to protect the organizations. Some of them, they have to even pay some fines because they have some regulatory conditions and some regulations. And there is also an indirect cost which is much more higher. The indirect cost is the loss of reputation. And some organizations, especially those who depend on the trust of their customers, especially in the financial systems and other sectors, they may lose customers as a result of data breaches. For example, according to this study, and it's 2016, 40% of customers use compromised accounts less frequently after a fraud. So whenever there is a fraud that's involving their email address, they use their accounts less frequently. Also, 50% of consumers have not purchased an IoT device, an Internet of Things. For those who don't know IoT, Internet of Things means, in very simple terms, non-technical, non-academic terms, anything that is connected to the internet. So it's not only a machine, a computer, or a mobile, it could be anything. Now smart TVs are connected to the internet. Even toys now are connected to the internet. And for your information, those toys are being hacked and used to conduct many cyber crimes. So even the cybercrime now has moved from organizations even to our home, because now they use our connected devices to conduct cybercrimes. 50% of consumers have not purchased an IoT device because of fear about security. So this is one of the impacts. So it's not only monetary impact, it's not only a direct cost impact, but also the impact of their reputation and the trust of the companies if they are breached. And 66% of US consumers and 75% of UK consumers are likely, according to one study, are likely to stop doing business with hacked organization. So this is one of the impacts of, again, cybercrimes. 60% of small businesses go out of business within 6 months of an attack. 60% of small businesses go out of business because many of small to SMEs, they have intellectual property. You know, usually the SMEs are built around an IP. And they develop a single or whatever product initially based on a certain IP, and then they grow it. If that IP is stolen, then they lost everything. Also in 2014, a security company documented the first IoT, Internet of Things attack, where they discovered a botnet. A botnet is a group of hacked machines, and these machines are used without the knowledge of their users to conduct many cyber attacks. I will talk about this a little bit later. And this security company discovered a botnet, and in that botnet they discovered a fridge, a smart fridge, and that fridge was connected to the internet, and it was hacked and was used to send spam email. That was in 2014. Now in 2016, a number of incidents, a number of very huge attacks like denial of service attacks. What is a denial of service attack? It's an attack that aims to stop the online services of a certain company, a company or government organization or even a nation by sending too many requests, too many traffic that that organization cannot handle. This year in 2016, a number of very severe denial of service attacks were launched against some of the companies. One of them was a French company called OVH. OVH is the world's third largest internet service provider. It was attacked by a denial of service attack. More than 1 terabyte per second of data was sent. And this attack was using more than 150,000 things, connected things. Some of them were even toys, and some of them were cameras, digital cameras that were connected. So again, what I want to say here is that the cybercrime is spreading, the impact is becoming even more severe. This is putting governments under a lot of pressure. There is a lot of pressure on governments to do something to protect the government organizations, to protect their citizens, to protect their residents, and to protect their economy so that their economies can flourish. If you go now and check the cybersecurity strategies of many nations, you will see that the economy is the heart of it, because they want to protect their economy, their IP, and they want to ensure that they have a safe environment for businesses to flourish. So cybersecurity actually is a very complex problem. It's a multifaceted problem with so many things that need to be taken into considerations. There are many challenges to address cybersecurity. It's not a one thing. It's not a click that you do and then there you go, you are secure. It's a lot of efforts. It's a multi-program that has many different components, and everyone must be part of it. There are many challenges to deal with cybersecurity. I will not talk about them. This is not the intention of my talk today. But one of those challenges is the budget, is the cost. And many organizations actually have very limited budget. You cannot have sufficient budget for cybersecurity. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, that the most expensive component of any cybersecurity program is actually the technologies, the cybersecurity technologies. They are very expensive, and the support and maintenance is even more expensive sometimes. So organizations, they cannot deal with all the risks because of the limited budget, and they have to be really smart into spending that limited budget, whether we talk about organization level or we talk even about a government level. And so they need to be very smart, as I mentioned, to spend that very limited cybersecurity budget, because again, you will never have sufficient security budget, never. And this is a problem everywhere, even with countries that have a lot of money to spend on this. So one of the ways to reduce spending is to look at the most expensive component, which is the technology. The technologies that are used, the cybersecurity technologies. This is where, again, open source solution could play a major role, and this is where we have really benefited greatly from open source. When we started this, we started looking into open source solutions a few years ago, and at the beginning, honestly, when we thought about the idea of starting to just investigate the use of open source, we did not think that there were so many open source security products that we could benefit from. Because those who work in cybersecurity know that this is a very niche area, it's a very complex area, not so many people work in this area. We did not think that we would find so many tools and open source solutions. But actually, we were very surprised that almost in every category of cybersecurity, we were able to find so many different tools that are really good we could benefit from. This is just a very simple example. This is not a complete list. So for example, there are so many tools in anti-malwares, anti-spywares, digital forensics, firewalls with all different types, configuration management, patch management, identity management, access management, physical security, email security. In every category you think of, you will always find very good cybersecurity tools. And you can find a comprehensive list over the internet. So we started using some of these tools in many different areas, and I will just talk about some of these areas very quickly, just for the sake of the time, some of the areas where we have used open source cybersecurity tools very successfully, and we are very pleased with them. One of these areas is security assessment. Security assessment is it's very important, and every organization must conduct regular security assessments to be able to discover any vulnerabilities or weaknesses within their systems. So penetration testing is one component of a comprehensive security assessment. It is very important that organizations regularly evaluate the effectiveness of their security. This is the importance of security assessment. And to be able to do security assessment, you need to have the right tools and technologies. Of course, you need to have the right skills first. That's the most important thing, the right people. But they cannot work alone without the tools, because you need to do a lot of things within the organization. The security assessment tools, the commercial ones, are extremely expensive. They're very expensive. And so we have started using a lot of open source security assessment tools within our security assessment that we provide to the government. In 2 years only, we have conducted more than 118 security assessments to many government and even some non-government organizations. And I can tell you that currently more than 95% of the tools that we use for security assessments are open source tools. And some of those tools are actually outperformed the commercial ones, according to the comprehensive test that we have done ourselves in our lab. The estimated cost savings in these 2 years was almost 2 million Oman Riyal. 2 million Oman Riyal, only in this category only. Another area where we have used successfully open source is monitoring and incident response. When it comes to cybersecurity, it's always you try to prevent. You try to prevent the cyber crimes. You try to prevent the attacks. But we all know that there is nothing 100% secure. So there will always be breaches, and you have to be able to monitor your networks, your resources, to be able to discover if you have any breach. So real-time view of the events that are happening in your network is extremely important. You cannot just do the prevention part. You have also to do the discovery part. You have to detect if there is anything suspicious going on within your network. That's the importance of monitoring. The issue is with the monitoring is also the monitoring tools are extremely expensive when it comes to cybersecurity. And the licensing is more expensive. So we have used some of the tools, some of the open source monitoring tools, to be able not only to discover the events, but to correlate different events to be able to discover some advanced malicious attacks. And we managed to save more than 150,000 Oman Riyal, only in this particular area. Another very important area is reporting and graphics and visualization, which is very important because you get a lot of events. So if you work in cybersecurity center, you will have to deal with millions and millions of events per minute. So every minute, the average number of events currently we deal with is more than 7 million events per minute. More than 7 million events. So you cannot deal with those events unless you have the right first visualization tools to be able to spot the most important events and be able to respond to them. Because you will not be able to deal with each and every attack and each and every event. That's one thing. The other thing, you need to report your findings to the organizations that benefit from your services, especially if you are a commercial organization. You cannot just provide your services to the organizations and not reporting to them. But the majority of the security tools are really bad when it comes to reporting. So you need to build something on top of them. So this is where we wanted to use some commercial products, but they were very expensive first. Secondly, they did not do the job. They did not integrate very well with our solutions, and the visualizations and the reporting they gave was not up to the quality that we were seeking. So we started investigating the potential of open source and started using open source. And if you come to our SOC currently, you will see many of the visualizations that are open source. And actually, I'm very happy to announce that I have just met with some of the faculty members in SQU 2 days ago, and we agreed to start a project with some of the students in SQU to further enhance the visualizations and work to, and not only the visualization, but even other things that we inshallah will come in the future, and we will link with SQU to take this further so that we can benefit from them, and also they can hopefully take these as a product and start selling in the future. So this is one of the visualizations that we have done using completely open source. This is just a pilot. We're still testing it. The idea is not only to visualize the attacks on Oman, but also to be able to discover denial of service attacks. Denial of service attacks are very severe because they could stop your business. Imagine if you are a bank and you get a denial of service attack and all of your online banking goes down. That's a lot of money. If you are an airline company, and your website goes down and your customers cannot book any tickets, they will immediately go to the second customer. So this is how severe denial of service attacks are. So this graph that you see here, we developed it using only open source, and the aim of this one to discover any denial of service attacks on Oman, where they come from, what kind of attacks are using. You can see the different colors. These different colors have different meanings for us, and which organization they are targeting. So we have also a map for Oman, and we know exactly each attack, which organization and which even section within the organization it's targeting. This is something we're working on. Another thing we are working on, this is an interactive actually graph. This graph, each circle you see there is actually a government network. And the reason we developed this, and this is an open source by the way, to discover any botnets in Oman. I talked about botnets. Botnets are also very dangerous because they are a group of compromised or hacked machines. It could be laptops, it could be servers, it could be mobile phones, it could be toys, it could be smart TVs, anything that is connected. And these machines are used to conduct cyber crimes, because to hide the identity of the hackers first, and also to use the computation power of these machines to conduct very severe attacks. So this figure here is based on open source, and it has some analytics. The idea is really to discover any botnets in Oman. We want to see where are the big circles. So every circle here is actually a government network, and we want to see the big ones. The big ones may indicate a botnet, so that we can go and investigate and see why there are a lot of attacks coming from this circle, or going to this circle, going to this network, so that we investigate and try to discover any botnets. And just to tell you, maybe not this one, because this one is now in the pilot and we will put it in our SOC very soon. Using this kind of open source last year, we discovered many botnets in Oman. One of the botnets that we discover, one of the employees in one of the government entities, he connected his mobile phone. His mobile phone was hacked. He did not know about it. He connected he plugged his power phone to his machine at work to charge his phone. And immediately that malware infected his laptop, and from his laptop it infected all the machines within that ministry. And we were able to discover this using the tools that we have built ourselves. There are also many other products that I did not put here, but one of them is also encryption. Encryption is the core of any cybersecurity program. It's used everywhere to encrypt hard disks, to encrypt emails, to encrypt document sensitive data, to encrypt data whether in transit or in rest. And of course, for the purpose to ensure the confidentiality of that data. So only those who can view that data are the ones actually who are able to view that data. You can never imagine a security program without an encryption. And we have also successfully used this one at least to encrypt some of the files in the emails. Another thing, I think this is the last thing I will talk about today, but we have actually many other things, is firewalls. What are firewalls for those who are not in the IT or security? Firewalls are security systems used to control incoming and outgoing network traffic. So they act like gateways, like the doors we have at this hall here. You cannot imagine any network without a firewall. This is a must. It's a very important component in any network. It's not the only important component, but it's one of the core components in any security program. You must have firewalls within your organization in order to control incoming and outgoing traffic. So firewalls are extremely important. They are also very expensive components, because in organizations, usually they have to buy dedicated firewall hardware and appliances. And they are very complex as well. So when you think about the technology of the firewall, the components that make up the firewall, especially with the next generation firewall, the new ones, the next generation firewalls, these are very complex components. And there are some open source firewalls, but before we tested them, we did not even honestly believe that those firewalls would be able to compete with the commercial ones. So we have designed, our team have designed our own firewall. We called it Oman Wall. The one who led this project actually is here, Saleh. So this, we called it Oman Wall. This is completely open source firewall designed by Omani, 100% Omani team, and led by Omani, of course. All the components are open source, so we did not develop anything, but we designed the firewall by integrating the different components to achieve certain functionalities and certain requirements that we think are important for the government of Oman. And we produced this product. This is under testing, and we have tested this product extensively using real traffic, not simulated traffic. So what we have discovered, we tested first the features. We have so many features. So let me talk first about the features, because I did not put them here because there are a lot of technical details. We discovered that this open source, and we compared this firewall in the testing with one of the top 3 commercial firewalls worldwide. One of the top 3 next generation commercial firewalls worldwide, according to many studies, and this firewall is being used in many organizations. So we compared this open source firewall, Oman Wall, and we compared with the commercial firewall, one of the top 3 worldwide. First, when it comes to the feature set, we could not find any feature that is supported by the commercial firewall that is not supported by the open source. All the security features, the network features, the routing features were supported, except one feature only, which I'll talk about in the comparison, the centralized management, which is not a big issue for organizations. All the security features were supported, and they did a great job in the comparison compared to the commercial firewall. Also, we gave this firewall, this network that we built, we gave it to our security assessment team in order to try to hack into the network that is protected by this firewall, the Oman Wall, and by the commercial firewall. So what did they do? They have come up, of course, with different assessment scenarios, and they launched millions and millions of attacks against both networks in order to hack these 2 networks. And those millions of attacks were of 1,200 different types of attacks. So the different categories are 1,200 different attack categories, but the numbers are millions of attacks. And what we have discovered, that the Oman Wall was able to discover more than 50% of the 1,200 different attack categories. Of course, there is no single firewall that can discover everything. Okay, because that's why we have network level firewalls, application level firewalls, but it is estimated, or at least we thought, that those commercial firewalls, because we pay a lot of money to buy them and then for the support and maintenance, at least would outperform the open source. So the Oman Wall, which is built completely on open source modules, was able to detect 50% of the different attack categories, whereas the next generation commercial firewall was able only to detect 20% of those attack types, 21%. And so the Oman Wall was able to detect more attack types than the next generation firewall by 128% in our experiments, using very similar conditions. So what are the challenges? So these are just some of the areas. We do have also other products I did not put here, and hopefully maybe in the next 4th edition of the conference, we will be able maybe even to come and do a demonstration for you. So what are some of the challenges that we felt when we started using the open source? One of them, of course, the evaluation and integration. What do I mean by that? Usually, when you buy a commercial software or a solution, especially the complex one for an enterprise, you don't just buy it and install it. It usually goes or undergoes different testings and different evaluations with the help of the vendor of that particular software. Many organizations usually don't have the technical team who will be able to do this evaluation and who will be able to integrate this solution within their enterprise. So they depend on the technical skills of the vendor. And they do support this, and they help them with the evaluation and the integration. When it comes to open source, you don't have that. You have to depend on yourself, especially when it comes to integration. So this is one of the issues that organizations may face if they really want to use open source solutions, not only in cybersecurity, but in any area in IT, that they might find it difficult to integrate, because this solution usually is built there are different modules built sometimes separately, but to integrate them within your enterprise, you need to do a lot of configurations, and sometimes you may want to change some of the code itself to fit within your enterprise. Many entities, unfortunately, don't have that kind of skills to be able to do it. This is one of the issues. The other thing is the suspicious open source code. So this has been extensively discussed, whether open source is more secure than the proprietary. Regardless of whether it is secure or not, at the end you are getting some code from somewhere, and this code must be evaluated. Many entities don't have the right skills to do this evaluation. We have downloaded some open source, because sometimes you may take a legitimate open source code, take that open source code, embed a maliciousware within it, and start redistributing that code or that solution under the same name, under the same thing, and start distributing it with a malware embedded in it. And we have found, in one of the cases where we downloaded an open source, we have found a hidden malware actually within that code. But unfortunately, many organizations don't have the capability to do this kind of testing. The other issue is limited support. It's very limited support. So the support you get is from the community. But sometimes if you have an issue and you want a quick response, imagine that you are running a financial institution and you have a downtime in one of the solutions, and this downtime affects a service you provide to the customers. You need an immediate response, and sometimes you don't get this with open source. And finally, continuous development, because sometimes you might want to add a new feature, or a feature that, a new requirement that's not supported by the open source. This may take some time. It's not like if you have an agreement with a vendor and they commit to develop a certain feature for you with a certain amount of time, and of course with a certain cost. And of course, whenever there's a vulnerability discovered, you have no guarantee when the patch for that vulnerability will be available to you, which could be an issue. Of course, all of these issues could be very good opportunities for Omani SMEs. So, for example, when we talk about the support, this could be an opportunity for Omani SMEs to specialize in providing professional services, open source services to the customers. For example, providing the support in certain tools, because I know many entities are afraid to use open source because of the support. And they always raise this question, what if we have an issue? Because we don't have the capabilities to go and investigate it and communicate with the communities to get the right solution for this issue. So they need somebody similar to proprietary software to support them, and this could be a very good opportunity for Omani SME. The same thing goes with integration. So many entities, the tools are available, but integrating them within the enterprise sometimes may take additional efforts and may require some additional skills that many organizations don't have because it's not their core business. This could be another opportunity for Omani SME to help them integrate some of these tools and provide consultancy to them. So this is just some of the comparison according to our own experience between open source and proprietary. This is not a comprehensive comparison. I'm running out of time, yes. Okay, so 2 minutes only. So this is not a comprehensive comparison, and it also can be used as a very basic guideline if you want to choose to use open source security solutions. For example, when it comes to the functional capabilities, we have found that open source security solutions, they achieve the same, or they provide the same functionalities as commercial ones. And in some cases, some of the open source actually provide even more functionalities. As I mentioned, the integration, for example, is relatively easy. It depends, of course, but usually it's relatively easy with proprietary. It may be a little bit complex with open source. That's why the open source, the SME is very important. The support that you get is very important. Documentation, when it comes to security, this is very important. I left it blank intentionally. There's a very big debate which one is more secure, whether it's the open source or proprietary. I think from our own experience, it depends on the solution itself. Some proprietary solutions could be more secure, but there have been actually many cases where malicious codes were discovered within proprietary products. Open source solutions could be more secure as well because they're open. You can read the code, you can evaluate it if you have the skills to evaluate it, but many organizations don't have the skill. And as I mentioned, we have also discovered some cases where we downloaded some very well-known open source tools and discovered some malwares embedded within them. So that's why I left it blank. I guess it depends on the organization. The continuous development and updates, of course, with proprietary is usually somehow guaranteed. I don't want to say 100%, but with open source, there is a risk area there, and you have to be very careful. If your tool requires continuous update, like antivirus, for example, then you need to choose the right one where there's continuous update. If your tool does not require continuous updates, then you may look into the open source. Vulnerability information is also very important. With proprietary, there are common databases for vulnerabilities where you can check regularly and get to know if there are any vulnerabilities disclosed so that you can patch your products. For example, the CVE or the NIST vulnerability database information, which is available online. But with open source, it's scattered across many databases. So again, you have to choose the right tool, you have to do the right testing. But I think the return is very high. So in conclusion, as I mentioned at the beginning, cybersecurity is becoming one of the top priorities in many countries. Actually, in many countries now, it is classified as one of the top 5 national categories or priorities. So one of the top 5 national risks, similar to the terrorism, similar to other kind of risks. And of course, to achieve cybersecurity, you must address it holistically, including different components. And one of the most important components in any cybersecurity program is the technology, which is also the most expensive component. We believe that open source cybersecurity tools could add a lot of value to organizations. And some of the issues that still remain in Oman, like the limited support, the professional open source services, we believe that there could be very great opportunity for SMEs. Thank you very much, and maybe we'll talk later. Thank you.
Now, we would like to invite Mr. Abdullah Raqadi from Ministry of Health to talk about forced deployment in Ministry of Health.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I know everybody is tired. I don't know how many is still awake. I hope you are also hungry as me. Thank you for this opportunity for the organizers, and I'm really glad to be here. And I would like, first of all, to say thank you and proud of my team who worked in IT in Ministry of Health. Without them, I don't think I'll be able to stand here. So I would like to start with, please give a big hands to our team in Ministry of Health, who had a great job during all the years from late 90s until now. We didn't achieve only producing so many softwares, applications, and so forth, but we have also able to save patients' life as well as save capitals of Ministry of Health as well as the government. Ministry of Health has started ICT in late 90s, but before that, I don't know how many of you have known that Ministry of Health has produced the first health information system in 1987. We have started with Royal Hospital, implementing health information system at that time still was framework. But that gives us a challenge where we can come up with our own system. We have struggled with that previous system, but it gives us an opportunity actually where the challenge is always creates successful. We have implemented several applications within Ministry of Health boundary, and we are really proud that we have built in-house system for health information system called the Shifa, which is a baby born in Ministry of Health. It is already available in 234 institutes across the country. Adding to that, there are 9 institutes as a government's hospitals or institutes. So total is above 240. The percentage is more than 91% as a total of health institute computerized in Ministry of Health. There are 148 institutes which is in the government network, so they are talking to each other, they are exchanging data and interact between those 148 for the sake of patient safety as well as referring patients from and in. We have built a strategy, and actually this strategy is been inherited to me, and again I would like to give big thanks to our founder of IT in Ministry of Health, Mr. Abdurrahman Toqi, who has missed, we are missing him really, and I would say he was the big founder of Ministry of Health achievements. And again, if you don't mind, give a big hands to Mr. Abdurrahman Toqi. Actually, our strategy is to ensure that each level of healthcare is being computerized within Ministry of Health. If you see at the bottom line, or the second bottom line, as the healthcare levels as health centers, primary care, and so forth to be computerized, and I have mentioned that it is already 234 institutes which has been computerized. We have also built the central blood bank, so to ensure that exchanging of anything relates to the blood bank as donations, donators, whatever, or blood banks itself are interlinked and talk to each other. We have also built a system for the central laboratory, which is again interact between the health institutes with the central laboratory for special cases of investigations. We have also built the management information system, which gives the decisions makers different dashboards to read what is happening across the country. We call that is Nabd al-Shifa. We have also built the national surveillance system, which is alert about different diseases, communicable diseases or non-communicables. We have also built a framework for electronic referrals for the sake of second opinions, appointments, or laboratories and radiology. Of course, a Shifa system was already there, so the strategy is to build a central repository as a national electronic health record, which is linked between Ministry of Health and the bottom line of government and private health establishments in the country. We are, hopefully we will be able to launch this system by May or June of this year. All that frameworks has been integrated with a central national master patient index, which is again integrated with the Royal Oman Police as civil status. So this is our strategic, and I would just give a brief biography about open source in Ministry of Health. First of all, and I have highlighted in red, it was a great adventure when not many enterprise level adapt open source, and none organizations in Sultanate of Oman has started even thinking of open source. Y2K, it gives us alerts what is going to be in the future. So we have started in 2002 thinking of building up an or using up the open source. So we started in Nahda Hospital implementing the operating system as a Linux and go away from a Windows framework. We have also started with the email exchange. We have started with SUSE for 15 years experience, and then from 2010 till today, we still use the Zimbra as email exchange. As a high availability, we are using the Red Hat Advanced Servers 2.1 with clustering, and as a domain controller and Active Directory, we do use Samba with different versions to ensure that we are using a high availability servers with single point of failure. Installation of device drivers was a nightmare, but interesting and really tempting, but it was a great successful achievement. When we have started using the open source and operating system, the team was really struggling. The user interface was not that user friendly, and the team has to code everything. They have to code the IP, link monitoring, the high availability service management, but again, the challenge is there, and they have created a great successful. By implementing those softwares and using this open source, the team was really reduced the licensing cost, and they are able to own the source code and total cost of ownership. We have also came up with a freedom of choices. Security is much higher than expected when we have start or think about open source. I would give just a small examples here. In one of the organizations we faced during the system of Medicom system failure for 3 days, where today with open source and with our current system we didn't come across single failure. And that's really big achievements. Thank you, my team. At present, we have more than 500 plus Linux servers, virtual and physical, 24/7 availability. There are around 75 locations has cluster server with high availability. And we are using a Samba version 3, and version 4 replaced with Windows domain controllers and Active Directory. A huge environment, as I have said, is 234, and you just think of this number of institutes, but we are able to control them by very few numbers, which is not more than your hand. It's about 2 to 3 admin staff. Backup monitoring and all the stuff is being used by open source. This is how it looks, the server technologies. We are using the Apache stacks with different type of Apache. We have also used Spring frameworks with different stacks in that. As an operating system and database, we use Postgres database as well as Linux and Oracle operating system. Oracle Linux. Development and deployment, again, as you see on the left side, I'm sorry for the graph, it might be not clear to you, as well as me. I don't know why I have put that colors, but anyhow, it is there. As a developments, we are using Angular JS, Angular Springs, IPA, and so forth, with Linux and Eclipse IDE. On the deployment side, we are using the Apache web servers as well as Tomcat. And this is how it looks, the deployments, frameworks, or the designs of the deployment sites. As user interface technologies, we are using the Task Runner as a grant, where the front-end rendering, we are using HTML5 as well as Bootstrap CSS, where the framework we are using Angular 2 as well as AngularJS. I'm going to present now some of the applications or the softwares which has been made within Ministry of Health. Out of these, only 2 which has been outsourced. The rest of them are being implemented and designed within Ministry of Health boundary. And before that, let's go quick what type of stacks we are using. The Red Hat, as I have mentioned, Oracle, Linux, Samba with different versions as an operating system and high availability. Where in database we are using Postgres as well as PHP, MySQL. As a web content management and application servers, Apache, RESTful, Tomcat, JBoss, Liferay, and Jupyter reports. As application developments, we are using Spring, Eclipse, Starts, Hypernet, PHP, MySQL, Apache, Maven, and Java. Where user interface developments, we are using the AngularJS, HTML5, CSS3, Grant, Bootstrap, and jQuery. Where in the testing tools, we are using JUnit and JMeter, SE. As a source control, we are using Git, ActiveMQ, and Apache Camel we used as enterprise application integration. We are using also Zimpra and LibreOffice in our institutes. Business process management, we are using JBPM. When we come and decide where to go, we always put certain blocks to think or to measure the difference between the standard softwares or open source. We always use, looking into the ability of customizations. How much is going to cost us if we use any standard softwares comparing to open source. The freedom of both. The cost always is a measurement where should we go. And we are always trying to test the products before we go to buy it. The flexibility, the audit, security, and the quality. All those components, it alerts us where to go. Shall we go for a standard or shall we go for open source system? Here is some of the projects which has been built. This is one of the outsourced at the Ministry of Health portal, which is running in different applications as well as Android mobile apps. It contains more than 114 e-services targeting different level of people. Here is the framework or the architect of the open source, how it looks. And as you see on these diagrams, they are Liferay and Postgres, whatever open source being used on this. This gives you a clear pictures where open source is being used in this application or in this portal. Nahr al-Shifa is a national electronic health record, is being also built in purely open source using different technologies and using the Postgres database with Java and the stuff of all salads and fruits into that. And this is which is allowing, as it is a framework where it can be integrated with any type of applications used in the healthcare. As you see on the left side here, it can be integrated wherever a Shifa system is there or any other HIS in a private or in a public hospitals to ensure that everything is being integrated for different modalities, and using the Ministry of Health portal or other Nahr al-Shifa portal so the others can be interact with the system and can be accessible from anywhere with any type of devices. Another project which is outsourced is Health Academic Management System, and I believe is one of the sponsors here is MTAC. They have built this system, and it is all about health academic management system within health institute, applied health institutes in Ministry of Health. It is all about the different functionalities which is targeting the students, the faculties, the hostels, and the staff of different architect used on this. Again, it is purely open source stacks is being used in this project. Here is another project which is being launched last month. It is about central birth and death registry, where it is integrated between the health application used in the hospitals and the ROP to ensure the electronic transactions to issue the birth certificate. It is being used from last month between Royal Hospital, Khola Hospital, and by next month we are going to roll it out in other regions, hospitals, and then later to the private as well as the public hospitals as well. And again, it is purely in open source, and this has been built within DGIT. Another system is where the Center of Disease Control, and this system is going to be integrated with Ministry of Manpower, ROP, as well as Gulf portal for health checkup, which is called JAMCA, and is going to also available in Senate centers, where it allows to interact between those entities as well as with the central laboratory for specific investigations. And again, it is purely built in open source stacks. Hajj medical screening, which is again is integrated with Ministry of Awqaf, so all the screening and the transactions online through the portal of Awqaf. This is again another system called Bada'il, which allows registrations of the land and properties belong to Ministry of Health, and it allows also to registers any investments or investors to be allowed registering if there are any lease or invest to be used within the Ministry of Health. There are also a dashboard has been built called Nabd al-Afiyah, which alerts the institute, each institute or the Director General of institutes, what is going on their institutes with different numbers, and this is again has been built with PHP framework. Here is the National Blood Donation Registry, where again it interacts between the donations, people and donators, and the central banks and the regional blood banks, where it stops any duplications, or even to save cost of, or to detect the number of investigations and duplications. Another application, which is network monitoring system, again it is in PHP, which is monitoring all the servers within the ministry and alerts if there is any cut lines, and sends SMS to the owners of that servers. As we know, we have to digitalize all the process within Ministry of Health. So one of the recommendations is to ensure that the images of radiology, x-rays, and the stuff has to be electronically. We have built it as an outsource for hospitals, but what about others? It's too costly. And it was also a problem of supports. We need big supports. So our team has decided to build our own PACS system. So they have achieved it, and it is running successfully currently in Brahimi hospitals, where the doctors will be able to view the images, and this belong to Ministry of Health, and it is our own system. And as you see on the diagram, is integrated between the health information system, radiology information system, and the PACS system. In addition to that, we are recently also launched a new system for capturing the images and videos from the endoscopy to a Shifa system, or it will be sent to the PACS system. And that is going to be used shortly in Royal Hospital. What are the challenges? I think I'm not going to touch it more, but as a business people, the challenge is the awareness. This is the big challenge. We are still lack of awareness in open source. And I believe we can notify the number of audience how it was in early morning and how it is now. And I think we need to work hard to come up with good awareness of using open source in Oman. Lack of knowledge is again, everybody or most people in Oman as a public, students, employees, we used to use Windows platforms where if you ask them now, why don't we use Libra, for example, they will hesitate to use because they thought, they mind, they know how to go to Matrah through Sultan Qaboos. If you opened a new road which is easier, they will resist until they get use of it. So this is one of the biggest challenge in Oman. As a technical, the huge learning curve is a challenge, and we might find a lack of support companies in Oman, which is able to give us support on open source. Licensing promotes free exchange, but embodies restrictions of its own if the plan is to distribute it. So if you are not aware, it is not only to give a source code, is how to get use of this source code. The architect of the source code, that's very important. Unless you have a good team, you will not be able to survive. It is good to have an open source, and we will be proud to have an open source. But if you have lack of skills within your organizations, you will not sustain. Again, we'll come up with the issue of licensing, will become up issue of how many we are going to pay annually for the supports. So before we think of whatever solution is, we must think how to build the capacity to ensure that it can be supported for longer. If you want to be successful, we have to have a great leadership and a commitment. Otherwise, we'll end up with changing these frameworks from open source to closed source. So we have to build a competent team and retain it. We have to encourage them using the open source. It's good to start now. The Sultan Qaboos University starts the open source, but we need them to work hard on a projects. Let it be their final projects in open source. Let them work in real environment within ministries to come up with different projects using the open source. I will skip these advantages because we all know what is the advantages and the sake for the time. But let me end up with these slides. According to the Gartner, in 1998, only 10% of organizations were using open source. By 2016, it's more than 50%. So the globe or the curve is going up, and we have to survive or to catch up this speed. And 62 of organizations reported using open standard application program interface APIs. There has been 140% increase in interest purchasing open source. It's good to purchase, but again, doubt of building up the capacity to ensure that you will sustain for longer. The global software market is worth close to $300 billion, with open source growing at an average yearly growth of 22%, and we are expecting this number will be more on the next years. Gartner predicted that by 2017, at least 95% of mainstream IT organizations will leverage open source within mission-critical software deployments. And we have good examples of big companies like Google, Facebook, and Extra who are using the open source. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Now, we would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Mashari from Sultan Qaboos University to talk about the long and inevitable road to forced deployment in Oman, opportunities, challenges, and caveats.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Good. How is everyone going? All good? So if you look at the title, it's a very long title. It's long, it's verbose, but it basically tells you the story, which means I can just skip to the thank you slide and can save you 20 minutes and you can go for lunch. How about that? You want to do that? Or if you can give me 20 minutes of your time, I can tell you about a project that we have worked on which can pave the way for a roadmap for a national initiative for deploying FOSS in the Sultanate. Basically, this project was done jointly with ITA, Fahad Al-Abri, Hassan Lawati, Fahad Al-Saidi, and Khail Ma'wali from Sultan Qaboos University, Professor Haj, Professor Muhammad Wilkhawa, myself, Muhammad Sarrab, and Mahdi Amir Kurdistani. So what I want to do today, I want to tell you about the things that we have done that took us from the very beginning until the proposed roadmap. So first I'll tell you about the FOSS initiatives that already exist here in the Sultanate, and then some of the international experience that will take us to the local FOSS status, successful experiences locally, and at the end I'll talk about the deployment roadmap. Now, for the initiatives, FOSS has attracted the attention from very early days. I do remember when I was still an undergrad student, and Professor Haj, him and myself, we were a bit younger, less gray hair, and he said, would you like to work on Linux? I said, what? He said, Linux. And then I got hooked up. I fell in love in Linux. 2 years later, I graduated, I was appointed here at the university, and the first thing I've done is to introduce Linux into the curriculum. That's the first thing I've done in my academic career. And from there, we had this nice collaboration of a group in the department and other departments in the university where we're trying to inject FOSS into the curriculum. Today we have seen fantastic efforts from ITA where they tried to use FOSS in different aspects. Abdullah Raqadi was telling us about the Shifa solution from Ministry of Health. Ministry of Education, they have made fantastic steps which I will talk about later on, including ROP. Roleman police. So you could see that FOSS is not really something new. There have been these initiatives here and there, but every group, they're working separately. They're not really working together. There is no consolidation of efforts. So in 2015, there was a kickoff of a deployment plan project, which is basically part of the Memorandum of Understanding between the university and ITA. And basically, the objective of this project is to come up with a national initiative for a roadmap for FOSS deployment. Now, when we start working on this project, we had this methodology that we have to go through. First of all, we would like to look at how FOSS was deployed in other countries around the globe. And then we want to look back locally. What is the status? What is the demand? What's the supply? And how much is FOSS integrated in being used in the public and private sectors. And after that, we use the views of the international experts And we also have done some interviews, again, just to collect more information, to have a solid ground from which we can work on the roadmap and come up with some recommendations. So this is basically our methodology. Now, for the international experience, if you look at the map, by no means we were trying to compile an exhaustive list of all international experiences. That's not the objective. What we wanted is to collect few experiences, mainly 8 countries. Some of these countries, we selected them because they are really, really advanced in their FOSS experience. Some of them, they are close to the Sultanate, either geographically or in culture. And others, we selected them because they had setbacks in FOSS deployment that we wanted to avoid. So that's basically, you see those countries on the map, and they're nicely spread across the globe. Now, what are the outcomes based on our study of these experiences? Number one, you must have a well-detailed plan. You must have a roadmap. If you have this roadmap, it should come with projects and initiatives. So you need money to support it, which means that you have to secure the funding. If you have lots of money, you better hire a good manager, otherwise this money will go in waste. So you have to have very good leadership, and you must have an effective implementation. Once you have all of that, you need to start to establish communities. Communities can support each other, which means that FOSS can become a success. Now, once you have all of this, you need to have this ecosystem where you have demand versus supply. You have to make that happen, otherwise it will not sustain. If you have demand, you have supply. If you have supply, it means that you have developers. If you want to have developers, then you have to work on these developers. You have to have some capacity building. You need to work on the human resources. And eventually, if you think about it in the long term, there has to be a way, there has to be some initiatives where you can introduce FOSS into your curriculums, back to schools, because you're trying to work on the next generation. Now, how can you put all of this together? We have found that the successful experiences when it comes to FOSS deployment, you have to have some sort of a unit which is fostering this experience. Call it whatever you want, but we'll refer to it from now on as Center of Excellence. Okay? And this Center of Excellence will be the hub for doing awareness in public and private and R&D sectors. You would like to set up some online knowledge sharing bank because you would like developers to have a resource where they can refer to while they're doing their development. You would like to work on the open standards to make sure that interoperability is there when you want to move from proprietary software to FOSS. Also, you would like to coordinate with concerned institutions because you would like to enrich the curriculum with FOSS. You need to work on the pilot projects, which is really important because once you have pilot projects, then this is your chance of transferring technology. This is where you do 2 things, capacity building and the transfer of technology. So pilot projects are really important, which I'll come back and allude to it later on. And in the end, you have to propose some policies and regulations which will help making sure that FOSS deployment is going smoothly. Now, let's go back to Oman. We have prepared 2 surveys. One of them is to measure the demand, and we call it the user demand survey. It has 21 questions. We had lots of participants from 64 organizations. On the other hand, we have another survey which is more targeting the developers, okay, so more of a supply. And we were targeting 68 SMEs. The reason is that we believe that the SMEs will become the hub for FOSS development and deployment. Now, using these 2 surveys, we collected the information. We have lots and lots and lots of plots, but because of time, I cannot really go through all of them. So we selected some of these plots which can really mean a lot to us. For instance, if you look at the one top left, this is the percentage of reliance on FOSS and or proprietary solution. Bad news, only 7% rely on FOSS. Only 7%. But 50% have a mix, which means that they have started using FOSS, but they are not really entirely relying on it. So that's something where you can invest in. However, you have 43% which rely entirely on proprietary solution. Even though this looks like bad news, but if you think about it, if you have 43%, if you just tip the balance, gaining more percentages toward the gray area, then you have created a lot of demand, which can help you later on in the long run. The other plot on the top right, this is the additional services desired by participants. This is our sneaky way of asking the users, what do you hate about proprietary solutions? Because if you ask them directly, they won't say it. So we ask these kind of questions indirectly, we're trying to get the response. So what is number one? Inability to modify and customize solutions. Well, of course, it's closed source. By definition, you cannot customize it. This is expected. But this would show you that some of these developers, they feel uncomfortable with these solutions because sometimes they have to do customizations, Arabization, and so on. They cannot. It's closed source. You can't really change it. The last plot on the bottom, what are the disruptions that affect the productivity? Number one is low system performance, and it's mostly been pointing back to proprietary solutions, closed source solutions. Now, we asked this question. It was a direct question, no tricks. If we ask you to adopt FOSS, what would be the challenges? Number one was lack of skills and resources. And the other one is lack of experts in FOSS training, which we agree with. It is an issue. And that's why we have to work on capacity building. We need to work on having a plan where we can integrate FOSS into these systems without causing any disruptions, even though Professor Brian this morning said it is disruptive by nature. So how to combine between these two, that's something that we have to work on. Second survey, the developer survey. Again, we have lots of data. I'm just showing you only two pieces of information which I think it's good to show. Number one, what is the main specialization of the SME? And you could see that most of these SMEs, they work on software development and services, training and support. You could see there is no R&D, and consultancy is basically a minority of them that they exercise. On the other hand, what are the challenges that are associated with FOSS product development? In other words, what prevents you from developing your solutions using FOSS? The answer was business opportunities. There is no demand. Okay. Now, I think if you want to talk about the local successful experiences, since now I'm being given the slot at 1 p.m., and given that guys before me, they already introduced this, I can just go skim through these slides. We already have seen what ITA have done in terms of initiatives, training, G-Cloud, OEGAF, probably it wasn't mentioned today, which is basically an initiative to standardize and have open standards, open data. Also, they have Oman Summer Code, which was mentioned before, plus G-Cloud. On the other hand, TRC, they have used a FOSS solution for user authentication in their Omran network. Ministry of Health, Abdullah has gave us an interesting talk about different solutions that they have worked on. And when it comes to Ministry of Education, we've done a couple of interviews with curriculum developers at the ministry, and I was surprised, really surprised and astonished when I learned that they already have gone through very promising milestones in trying to integrate FOSS into the curriculum. They use Scratch. They have a plan for introducing free open source into the curriculum, at least in the advanced levels. But it's there in their curriculum. They have the initiative. Ministry of Commerce and Industry, they use FOSS for Invest Easy portal. ROP, 80%, and that was another surprise for us. 80% of their online services are actually developed using FOSS, 80% of that. Plus other SMEs that we have surveyed, and they have told us that they use FOSS in their development. Now, when it comes to Sultan Qaboos University, we use Moodle for content management system throughout the university. We have a bunch of courses which introduce FOSS in one way or another. And in our final year projects, we try to encourage students to use free open source software. Actually, in the last 3 years, most of the projects that I supervised were actually based on FOSS. 2 years ago, I presented a talk where my students used FOSS for augmented reality for tourism. This year, we have in the second phase of that. Last year, I had students who have developed a system where they can do instant translation of Arabic sign language using FOSS solutions. Am I good with time? Okay, good. Now, having all of this, now we can start talking about the deployment roadmap. This is the vision that we have put to describe and basically try to describe what we're trying to do with this roadmap, why we're doing this. So if you allow me, I'll just read it very, very quickly. We would like to have a roadmap that will build technology cluster on FOSS technology to develop and leverage local expertise, open new business opportunities, and empower individual and IT communities to become technology independent. Okay? And when it comes to mission, we really want to target what's really necessary, especially in these days where we're having financial crisis. We really would like to work on entrepreneurship in the ICT sector. We'd like to have a roadmap that creates more jobs, where you have more SMEs, where you have some kind of diversification in income for the country. So that's basically the mission of this roadmap. And these are the list of objectives, which I will skip because I'm going to talk about the pillars of the roadmap, which basically referring back to these objectives. So what we would like to do is the following. We would like to have this center of excellence. This center of excellence is responsible for caring about the FOSS deployment. Now, this center of excellence has 5 pillars. You can think of them as strategic domains that we're trying to target. Number 1, FOSS awareness. We've heard our colleagues here talking about how awareness is lacking in some of the organizations. So this center of excellence should hammer on that by working on the awareness in public and private sectors. When it comes to human resources, you need to build developers. You need to work on the capacity. So that's something really, really important because without it, you cannot really create the supply. FOSS adoption. Now I have supply. I want to create a demand. To create demand, you have to convince public organizations and even private organizations to make this leap from proprietary solutions to FOSS. Because if that happens, now you have demand, which is matched by supply, and the ecosystem would work. Now, if you do all of that, then businesses will see opportunity in FOSS, which means that you're encouraging entrepreneurship. You can help them. You can also encourage innovation in FOSS development. And once you have all of these, you need to work on policies and regulations. Otherwise, things will not really be done in the proper perspective. Now, this center of excellence, it's basically should be executing the FOSS initiatives, which we have developed a lot of them, tens of these initiatives, including time frame, cost, and return investment. However, because of the time that we have today, I cannot really present all of them, but you are more than welcome to refer to the report that we have worked on, which basically has all the details. But in any case, the goal of the COE, the Center of Excellence, to lead the initiative, to promote FOSS, basically awareness, to coordinate research and development, support community, service to business, drafting policies and regulation, which basically we're referring back to these strategic domains. Now, we keep talking about this FOSS COE, the Center of Excellence, but what does it look like? We came up with 3 models. The first model have 1 or more universities to host this center. Okay? Reason being, universities, you have lots of competencies. There is some research going on, which means that they can take care of this center. And then they can facilitate and coordinate between the center, public sector for demand, SMEs for supply, and the community for the support. The issue with that is that here in the Sultanate, it's a bit different. Maybe this model will work in other countries, but here in Oman we have limited number of universities. You might not find research competencies the way you would like it, at least at this point. Bureaucracy can kill your performance, and plus other reasons that I've listed here. But the point is, this model will not work because of the way things are done in the Sultanate. So, another way of doing this is let the business handle it, right? You can have a consortium of companies who are taking care of this center of excellence, and then they will facilitate and they coordinate with the research and development community, which is basically the universities, and they work together in terms of supply and demand to commercialize these products and to work on innovation and marketing the products. Again, sounds good and promising, but again, if you look back, considering the status that we have here in the Sultanate, most of the companies, they are basically service companies. They're working for trade. We don't really have R&D in companies. It doesn't really exist. Which means if you rely on the companies to execute this plan, it might not really work. Including also, if I can add one more reason, which is really important, you've seen it in the statistics that I've shown earlier, we don't really have enough SMEs who work or are interested to work on FOSS. In other words, we don't have really that critical mass, which allows you to succeed. So giving FOSS, COE, to the business community, it might not be a very good idea. Instead, we propose this, and probably you see some resemblance from an earlier talk this morning, where instead of COE is hosted by only one party, let's have all party work on it. So you have the government, which basically represent the user community, taking some part in COE fostering. You have business, supply, and from the other hand, you have the research and development, basically the community who can do research for you. All of these, they work together to make sure that the Center of Excellence is delivering its message. It's basically able to achieve the domains, the strategic domains that I have talked about before. Now, what do we gain from this Center of Excellence? Number one, wider penetration of FOSS in public and private sectors. Number two, you can save a lot of money. Some might say that you have to spend at the beginning because you need to work on capacity building, on adopting new solutions. It is true. But once you do that, which is basically once in a lifetime, now you skip or you avoid the annual, biannual, or triannual renewals of licenses, which cost millions of riyals. We've seen some numbers today. We have also other numbers. It's really millions and millions of riyals. You're talking about huge amount of money that's being spent every year on proprietary solutions. So you can save that. That could be money that you could use it somewhere else. You would like to work on a broader FOSS industry. Once you create that industry, then a lot of SMEs can go in. They would like to join the game, and then you have a lot of supply to be provided. Covering wider scope of activities at national level. Think of competitions for students to get their attention. Think of conferences like the one we have here. Also issuing and implementing regulations more effectively. I've talked about that before. And creation of a wide range of sustainable FOSS communities. You need support. Again, I have to stress on that. You really need FOSS communities. You cannot have development going on without communities to support all of these initiatives. So at the end, you have this model where you have government, private sector, and the universities, R&D, all working together for that Center of Excellence. You have all of these 5 strategic domains being implemented. And at the end, what you get is you get IP, you get innovation because of the R&D, You get self-reliance because now you're moving away from proprietary solutions and you're adopting FOSS. And of course, you are independent when it comes to technology, especially when you have that transfer of technology going on through those pilot projects, which is mentioned here at the bottom of the slide. You must have these pilot projects. Without them, there is no way that you can build your capacities and learn how certain solutions are being developed. With that, you have transfer of technology, you have the SMEs, you have the demand coming from the public and private, and things will work. That ecosystem would exist. Now, let's go to the darker side of things. What could happen if we don't really adopt the FOSS roadmap? A bunch of things. Number one, we are now at a critical time where everyone is looking for diversification of income. So here in Oman, we could take the lead, we could take the initiative, become a leader in FOSS deployment and development, and then we can start to target the other markets regionally. So really, this is a very critical time where we can take the chance. So if you don't do that, if we wait for a couple more years, others will come and then we may lose the chance. We may lose that window of time. Also, we may fail to achieve independence from vendor lock-in. And we discussed, some of the speakers talked about vendor lock-in and independence and sovereignty. Losing competition edge in regional marketplace, again, we're referring back to number one. And missing the opportunity of building a national capacity of ICT learning and innovation. That's one sector that you would like to invest on. That industry is really needed because it will allow you to create a lot of jobs, something that we really need at these days. Enduring the continuous increase in software license cost, and that's true, by the way. Every 3 to 6 years, we see double of cost for renewal. For the same solutions, same features, every 6 years, you see a double of price. And if you don't become independent of that, then this will come and haunt you every 3 to 6 years. And also at the end, missing a genuine opportunity to build a local ICT industry, which could have contributed to the diversification of national sources of income. Now, at the end, I would like to thank a bunch of people. First of all, I'd like to thank the university for its support, basically Dr. Ali Al-Bimani, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Amr Al-Hanai for his support as well, College of Engineering and Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering for their support throughout the last 2 years. Also, I would like to thank the support of ITA, Dr. Salim Rizaqi, for his continuous support for the initiative, plus the others in other units of ITA. Also, big thank you to all of those who took the time to do the surveys. They were, relatively speaking, long surveys, but they took the time to fill it out for us, and some of them were generous to allow us to interview them face-to-face to get more information for them. Also, would like to thank others like Wadi Al-Lawati from ROP, Zakiya and Zainab for Ministry of Education, Musallam Al-Farsi from TRC, and Abdullah Al-Qari, again, big thank to him because of the information he supplied to us while we were working on the initiative. Also, we'd like to thank our external experts. Jessica Meli, she gave us a lot of feedback on the study, plus others who are not here today, but we would like to thank them, Professor Tekman, Professor Wolfgang, and Dr. Gregorio Robles. Thank you very much for your time, and happy nice day.
Now, we would like to invite Dr. Brian Fitzgerald, Dr. Abdullah Raqadi, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mashari, Alexander Zabolski, Tang King Ing, and Chris Dibona to the stage for the panel discussion. The moderator of the panel discussion will be Mr. Hassan Al-Lawati.
That's very interesting.
Oh, thank
presentation.
you.
Thank you. You should share that with some other.
We'll need a mic just right there. I can put it there. Yeah, that's why we don't forget it. كنا بس نحتاج مايك هنا.
know about the arrangement. Okay.
نحتاج سماعة عشان بيتكلموا هم لا؟ إذا في عندك سماعة لاسلكي ميكروفون. لاسلكي لأن هم جالسين ده يبغى لهم ميكروفون. لا تقليل. أنا بجلس بس أنا أحتاج لاسلكي. هي لا على أساس خلاص جايبينهم.
That's all yours.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
So, hello everybody. First of all, I would like to thank each and every speaker who are sitting with me here on the stage. They really raised interesting highlights while they were presenting. I also would like to thank the audience for still here and waiting for us to finish. I know that the lecture is so close, so I promise that I'm not going to take much time. I'm going to keep it short and sweet and beneficial. So I was having a couple of questions, but I'm going to just try to minimize it to one general question. My focus is going to be on the government implementation. And I'm just raising this question. I'm going to be hearing the answer from each and every one from you. Then we're going to open the floor to the audience so they can ask questions. My question is like, based on your experiences, the take that you have brought to us, do you think it is beneficial for the governments to implement force? Apart from saving the licensing money and so on, but I'm highlighting the part of practicality. Do you think that implementing force is beneficial for governments?
Well, my opinion, yes, of course. There is no doubt on that. The thing is, if you are going to buy a software which is ready-made and it could not fit your needs and your organizations. So having an open source, you will have the freedom to customize it and to tell it to your needs and requirements. If you see it for long run, absolutely, it will be a big beneficials for the government and to be more secured in term of hacking or vulnerabilities or whatever it is. Yes, I do agree that it's really beneficial.
So one thing that I think people don't talk enough about is when you come into a government job, a government situation. I did this when I was younger. You end up having to relearn everything, you know, because they have their own systems, sometimes their own operating systems, their own programs, their own everything. And so that can be 6 months of basically wasted time unless you stay in the government your entire life. And it costs the government a lot to have to do these retrainings. So if you have as much open source and freely available software as possible, you have the very likelihood that you're going to be training people to become productive outside of government as well, but also they'll come up to speed much, much faster. So I think that that's ignored when we discuss FOSS quite a bit, but you know.
Yeah, so, well, obviously anything that as cost saving is always good for governments to do, but I think it's more than that. Ideologically, transparency is a very important attribute that government should exhibit. Open source is a commitment to transparency. Also, I think getting citizens involved in development. So citizen science is a big thing where if you make data available, it is the people's data obviously, and other people can build applications and build on top of that. So open data, open standards and open source are very much what government should be doing by definition.
Yeah, maybe there are also some benefit around human resources. You know, when a government uses open source, that's also a way for public servants to be more involved into the choices from his own administration. And you know, it's a big issue for public servants to, you know, to be concerned by his mission and to during a long-term period to still be very involved in what happens and so on. And so it gives more power to the public servants when you use open source than just, you know, to buy solution from outside. And what we can see, for example, in France or in Tunisia, is that you have very committed people inside your organization because you give them the right to decide more things, to have more power at the end of the day. And you know, it's more responsibility to use software, but it's also more freedom, but it's also, you know, a new age. You know, it's like, you know, I think the software vendor, they have considered the users, you know, as kind of children, you know. You don't know, we know what is good for you, we are going to build the solution for you. You know, Microsoft, IBM, they are all done that, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, the clever people are in this room, you know. And when I heard what I have heard this morning, you know, all the brilliant things that happens here in Oman, you know, clever people are inside Oman, you know. And so, yeah, we have to bet on that and to be confident in our people in administration. And the same with citizens, you know, it's also a way to have more commitment from everyone and to have administration closer to the customer of the administration. For example, the finance ministry in France, they do hackathon, you know, and during this hackathon you can improve the tax services who think, you know, that people, they will be involved in that. And because the Ministry of Finance has decided to be open to anyone, so some citizens, they have decided to invest and take their responsibility and to be part of that. That's so, yeah, and that's because because of open source.
Okay, I'm from the public service, so real experience. Yeah, governments cannot do without open source, just cannot, not just from cost savings, but government need to give that whole connected government view to the citizens and the business community, because when they come to the government for service, in the past times, without open source, they have to go from agencies to many agencies to just do a simple thing, because systems in agencies are locked in and cannot talk to other systems in other different agencies. So for just a simple transaction like apply a permit, you know, which probably need service of different agencies, the poor businessman or the citizen have to go from one agency to another. So digitizing government and all that, public service mandatory is you need to present that connected government, whole government view, so that whether they come to the counter or they come to your website, they have to get their job done, get their dealing with the government with one visit, once, not coming so many times to different agencies because their systems do not talk to each other. So that is mandatory. Of course, there are many other things very clear now. I think it's like for skills development and so on. That I think is very clear to everybody. Thank you.
For me, I will go for cost saving. So yes, it should be there. When we start to look at these numbers, the license renewals, and then you see 5 million riyals, 10 million riyals, 20 million riyals. Think about this, all of this money. It could have been used to build a school. It could have been used to create an industry. I mean, think of all these SMEs who cannot find business opportunities. You could have given this money to them, and now we can create job opportunities, which we really, really need at this time. So for me, yes, 100% the government should go for forced solutions. I would say you can even be selective if you think that users will resist, but at least you can start with data centers. The servers can go, you can falsify them if you want, right? You can at least start there, and then from there it trickles down to the users.
Thank you very much. And now we'll give the floor to the audience. Questions?
Thank you for the information. Professor Bowden from the Ministry of Human Resources and Municipalities. Actually, I do not agree with you that is really suitable for governance, especially in Oman. First of all, there are a lot of hidden and video information within the force. I'm really wondering if you really just check the lines of code within the Linux and these force. Okay, using now, but not for the government. One simple question I could ask for that. Can you recommend the force for e-banking? Can you please answer?
This is to me. Okay. You want to answer this?
No, I can't get the question.
So you want an example of open source software for banking?
Would you recommend it for e-banking?
Would you rely on it?
This force solution, for example, for a manager of the banking.
It is being used in Brazil.
Yes, of course. So we just had a conference last week in Paris with the CTO of Société Générale. Société Générale is the number 2, maybe in Europe, maybe in the world in terms of bank, you know. And so the guy came to tell to anyone why Société Générale, which is so this very large bank, had taken the strategic move to open source, and why now it's so important for them to be able to manage their own IT system. And I can give you a lot of examples of jobs that we do with them. And I can also give you another example of Banque Nationale de Paris, BNP, which they have developed their own legal archive system based only with open source software. And before that, they were using, the database from IBM, DB2. So we have a lot of stories today, especially with bank. And for example, I don't know if you know that, but Bank of America was the one who have asked to MySQL to move from Europe to the US and to build a very specific version for them. And Bank of America has made the international success for MySQL. So it's completely a very good example. Today, I think the bank who is not able to consider open source as a strategic solution, I think it's a bank of the past. And because there are so big competition today in the bank landscape, that the one who wants to be part of the competition for the couple of next years has to invest in the open source, to do open innovation, to think his IT system as an open platform. And really, I would like to, we need to have a discussion with you because we need to convince you.
It is also
And not just based on this plan, but you mentioned, and there are a lot of losing of things. You don't comment about them. If you want to come, it's not like that. Excuse me. I'm really sorry. It's very important, really.
Maybe.
For some application, I could agree with you. But from an in some application, yes, but for, okay, Linux operating system, maybe it's okay for no problem. Even this Linux in Russia, I'm working in Spiral Labs for checking these open source, and we found some lines there, but it's not easy. So anyone who want to build capacity, they could, change or create. It's not possible until you do it. It's impossible. It's not easy to check and analyze this Linux. And we found some code, we had it, I have it. We changed it, the Russian now, they change it and they use it, but not that thing is really good. We have to ask the government, ask Arabic or Middle East to use. There are a lot of marketing things. I know that why Google, IBM supporting them, even they have some support. And it is not even if you are checking for people, it's not cost effective as you say. Please check and go by. It's not like that. I do not agree with you. Thank you.
Can I, quick one. I think the bank, the strength of open source is not just in cost savings. More importantly, it is the diversity of people who are involved, the community, which provides the innovation. So open source is not just banks. Definitely in Brazil, banks is widely used in banks. But open source now is not just in software, in so many things, manufacturing, farming, Uber, it is IoT, leveraging on community. The richness of diversity of people from all over the world, you get the benefits of cross-fertilization that provides the innovation. So yes, definitely not just government, not just,
Well, I would like just to add small comments. It depends from which wing you are. There are people who are really supports the standards applications, where the others they are supporting. That's very normal things. But according to the Gartner, which I have shown on the slides, the scales of the usage of open source across the globe, it is increasing dramatically. It's expected by next year or even this year it reached more than 90s. I don't think all the world are not seeing what you are seeing. It's in terms of the security, in terms of hidden informations, whatever. But still, you can combine. For example, if you talk about the banks or e-banking, you can still have a combinations of open source as well as a standards framework. But we cannot deny the needs of the futures, whether we want or we don't want. We have to be there. Tomorrow, ourselves will be ending up with a chip in our body engraved, and we will be part of IoT using open source or iOS or whatever. It is absolutely like people who would like to have iPhone and the others who would like to have Android. But no specific judgment says we should not use open source or the others who should use that. So I don't see we should be that scared of not to be used in Oman and open source. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just in line with all the other speakers, I agree. I think you may have in your example of the particular case of banking here have some counter case, but in general, a lot of banks are doing it. In general, open source is spreading into all those vertical domains, including banking. And the bigger picture, blockchain, I guess, which is an open concept, is going to revolutionize banking anyway. So whether you like it or not, I guess open source and the open paradigm is going to happen in banking, I would say.
Maybe we also could say that open source is not magical, and open source doesn't fit for every needs. Sometimes open source is the solution. Sometimes it doesn't work for, these particular things or the other things. And when we give a message about the open source market, we should just tell that the open source is not magical. And you have to define your strategy of use of open source. And also to consider to go to open source step after step, because you need to to handle open source, to understand the way it works, the way you are going to work with communities, the way you are going to do the changement into your own organization, the way you are going to change your relationship with your third parts. And it doesn't come like that. It's not in saying, okay, I move from proprietary software and I go to open source. It doesn't work like that. And so you have to build your transition. And maybe one of the points, maybe I don't know, Oman, that's my first time here. I just can say that you are a very kind people and it's a great country. But maybe in Oman, one of the key points you have is the lack of professional resources, and especially in consulting. And so, and specifically to address this kind of topic, how I can move to open source, how I can build my own roadmap to go to open source. But of course, there is always a way to be more open and to take benefit from the use of open source.
Thank you.
Please.
This is our third
Sorry?
conference. Why don't we see any master road plan? And this is the first question. Second question is, most of you mentioned that we need to have an awareness, of course. And I think awareness we should start from our leaders' awareness. It's not users' awareness. Thank you.
Well, let's, Dr. Professor.
Can you just repeat your first question, please?
No master plan.
The master plan?
The one you presented is we are on the third edition of conference, and we don't see any master road.
If you allow me, I can answer this question.
Sure. Yeah.
So you're right. Why in the presentation that I've given, we're trying to describe this roadmap, which is supposed to be a master plan. And in that proposal, we have pinpoint certain entities that must be involved in the process, including Supreme Council of Planning and other ministries. So they have to be involved. And recently there were few meetings with these entities. So it's something that's going on. It's not really dead. But these things take time. You could see that there's some resistance. And you have to plan it really well. So it takes some time. The other question, I forgot the second question.
Awareness by leaders.
Awareness. We're working on this.
Well, as I have mentioned on my slides, I think the best success always it comes from the leadership. I do agree with you, and that is where we have to start. It is instead of bottom up, it should be from top to bottom, and that is how the initiatives comes from the higher educations in Oman as Sultan Qaboos University and the ITA. The master plan is good that we are still on the first step. Having this conference like this, I wish the fourth editions will be international one rather than local. But it is good to see let's say this events open mind or open eyes for the others to contribute more on the open source, and we might see on the fourth editions much more organized event, inshallah.
There's a saying that the plan is nothing, but the planning is everything. So planning is really important, and I would say that the roadmap, as soon as it's there, will date and so on. But there are pillars. Your 5 pillars you mentioned today are really important. A lot of thinking has gone into this, so I think that's very good. The other sign of this, I would say, is there are many more people at the third conference than at the first 2. So clearly, people are more aware and voting with their feet. I think 900 delegates or something signed up for this conference. That's a good number anywhere on the planet, to be honest.
More questions, no lunch.
working. Just try it.
Just try it.
Just speak
There you go.
Assalamu alaikum, Salim Kindi from Amante. As we are in, now this is the third open source. This is, I don't know, the question for ATA. There's, of course, there's communication now. We are in 2017. If we are talking about cooperate or the communication, this is between all government. Like now there are so many facilities in Oman, like ORB or Minister of this is Minister of Education. So from house we can do anything. I mean, for renew, for access to this is gate. This is Minister of Education gate. What about other ministries like the Minister of Housing and like a Minister of Housing or Ministry of Development, this is Social Development? Why still they are still miscommunicate? I don't know. There is no cooperate between. We don't know what is the weakness or the threat in these steps. Why still we cannot do everything from house, like in to in, for getting this Mulkiya or documents or anything. We have to go there and still we have to wait. And this is Facebook, that station maybe. And like other ministries also still. We are in 2017 now. We should do everything from house only. But still, I don't know when we can move and progress. In future also, we are now nearly open the Muscat airport. I think from now we have to thinking even for selection bar. From house we can select bar for my car, or how to access, or how can I finish all this is all my progress in the airport. Now I have to do everything because the world now is moving. And if I just go there and stand in the queue, when I can finish? Still I think there are so many steps we have to move. We are talking also about the Minister of Health. Minister of Health, now the patient, he has to go there and stop and pay, this is fees, 1 riyal to 100 for renew his card. Why he cannot do everything from house only? Renew his card, making appointment with the doctor, making appointment and selection which clinic he want to meet. We have to go there and just sit. I mean, all the day. We have to get permission from our job and sitting there more than 6 hours to meet or to see the doctor. I think now the time to move and just do everything from house. Starting from getting appointment, renew our card, see the doctor, how time I have to sit there or anything. When I can start, I will check it.
Okay, the question is clear. Let me just answer it if you guys allow me, because I'm from ITA. Just to specify the area of your question, it's referring to the e-transformation project that we have in ITA. And I fully agree with you that all the examples that you have mentioned, they have to be automated, they have to be through mobile applications, and we have so many solutions and tools that can be utilized. And the current status could be much better. So I totally agree with you. Just to let you know that the e-transformation team is working with ministries. There are some projects that you have named and they are successful that you know about, but there is some groundwork happening with some other ministries that you don't know about, and Ministry of Housing could be one of those. So yes, we are aiming to make those services much better and avoid those queuing and so on. So point has been taken. Thanks.
For Ministry of Health, I hope you have seen some of advertisements and accessing some or the portal itself. First of all, whether you have to go to the hospitals, you have to, otherwise you will not get any medications or any investigations. So your visits must be there and you are always welcomed with no Panadols. For your information, we do have the portal and we do have the mobile apps where you can access your patient records online. You can request for appointments and you can request for rescheduling. But the appointments, again, it depends where you are. having an appointment with a tertiary care or with a secondary care, you must be referred. You cannot go hang yourself to any of the institutes and having an appointment. There are policies which is doing that, but since you are having an appointment within the apps, you can request for rescheduling. You cannot yourself select any clinics unless it is a primary care. A primary care currently, except Muscat and certain areas or certain primary care in Muscat, which is using the appointment system. The rest is just walk-in. I think as e-services with Ministry of Health, I would request you please visit the Ministry of Health portal and see whatever information, e-services for the patients.
Thank you, Abdullah. I'll have to wrap up the session up to this level. Maybe we can utilize the time in the lunch, and maybe if you have more questions, then maybe we can take them casually. Thank you very much, and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
So all the best.